Welcome back, everyone, to the eighth day, excuse me, of the Lord Poker Tournament Series live from Jeju, South Korea. They have dropped the I in my name, but it's all right. I can live with cool. It sounds pretty cool. As we are getting ready for the last bit of the 20K high roller, we had 32 entrants. We are down to the final 11 players. We've got a couple shorties, and of course, we've got Steven once more, absolutely crushing the field as he is our chip leader. And I am joined by Selena. Good morning, Selena.
Good morning, Kevin. It's really good to see a lady at the table still. I think she has a pretty healthy stack of chips, maybe 13 chips from what I've read. Good to see, Steven, so I'm going to run out of interview questions for him soon. It literally is the Steven Son series, isn't it?
The man made the final table of the circuit event where we had 500 entrants. Then he won the 15K high roller main event, which had 191 entrants. And here he is, final 11, chip leading. Probably first bullet as well, since he's so pure and has been running very good, but above all playing truly exceptional. We're down to 11. We'll go over all 11 players in a bit. That obviously means that we're probably starting very short-handed, because at this point, we still have two tables. We have Daniel Cates is still in the mix as well, Jungle Man. I'm incredibly excited to hopefully see him make it to the final 9. And then we really get to see him maneuver his way around a final table. But we're not quite there yet, even though I don't think it's going to take very long, because the blinds have gone up once more. It's 10K, 15K now, with a 15K ante. And we have a few stacks in there that are basically starting stacks. They're around 200K. So you're looking at 12, 13 big blinds. Not a whole lot of playability. And there he is already. I didn't even know they put him at the future table. But the jungle is here. And he's got an alright stack, but has some work to do. We got Calvin Lee still in the mix as well. Found a miraculous river yesterday. Was drawing down to 2 outs, I think, with his 7s. Or was it an 8, whatever it was. And somehow found one of the 2 cards he was looking for on the river. Stayed alive. Outside that has played damn solid. Is not afraid to be aggressive. Even though he kind of reminds me of a kid that is like trying to figure out his first steps and then he falls on his face, but the kid keeps on going. That's kind of like Calvin Lee. He has definitely lost a couple monster pots, but it is not discouraging him at all and is not shying away from still being aggressive and making moves.
Yeah, Daniel Cates not wasting any time here, raising up to with 8-6 suited, and Calvin Lee shoved his all in for about was 30 big blinds and got a fold from Jungle Man.
Django had a fun session yesterday, as there were a lot of moments where he was battling it out with Taylor, and Taylor just had a bit of that Marius Gearse day 2 run good, where he just could not miss. And even the hands where he was dominated, let's say it's ace 3 against queen 3, somehow we randomly find a queen on the river, or it's ace queen against queen 3, and there is a random 3 that rolls off on the turn. And Daniel was all smiles about it, but I think at one point it actually became like a tiny bit annoying, where he's like, "Oh, come on, what do I gotta do to beat you in a pot?" He made a couple really great plays. And what's fun as well is that Daniel can make a big play on the river, and 3 hands later he can take the exact same line,
Yep.
and he makes the same big play, but then the first time he's bluffing, and the second time he
He's
has
got it, yeah. And then it's really up to the opponent to guess where he's at, isn't it?
And that's obviously what makes it so hard to play against these guys. Kelvin Lee already won a couple chips there with his ace queen. Now gets a king queen offsuit on the cutoff. As it gets folded to him. Still have Isvan in the mix. He's one of the shortest stacks, I believe. Yeah, we watched Yusha a little bit in the beginning, and then she got moved to the outer table, and she came back, and that's when she had the monster stack. She was even at 1.4 million at one point.
Oh, wow.
She was tangling a little bit yesterday, very late at night. We played until 2 a.m. So it's like 10 hours ago, by the way, for these guys. So she lost a little, but still a very good stack. And James Mendoza had a big hand towards the end. James Mendoza has also really been a fun character to follow, because he's kind of quiet. He really doesn't get involved all the time, and he's not much about the crazy 4-betting with nothing. But when it comes to the big pots, when there are a lot of chips in the middle, he just seems to win them more often than not. And he's very casually chipping up, and he's got another big stack. Of course, the runner-up of the 15K high roller. On the outer table, we'll have players like Steven Song. We've got Martin Nielsen still as well, but he's one of the absolute shortest stacks in the tournament. He's going to have to make a play real soon. Maybe the shortest, actually, at 12, 13 big blinds, something like that, starting the day. That is what Istvan Bristo is working with as well. James Mendoza, our runner-up of the 15K earlier this week, looks down at ace-4 of diamonds. Do you think we're going to have a big break as soon as we go from like 11 to 9?
Yeah, so usually the players take a 40-minute break just to get all the chips onto the feature table. They get a photo together, and then we do a bit of an intro. So, yeah, once we get to that final 9. And, we know that 6 players on the final table will be paid. And the first prize money is somewhere around a little over 200,000, I believe.
Interesting turn here with the 6 of hearts rolling off. Gives a jungle man the up and down straight draw, the open ender. At this point, James Mendoza still good with his ace high, but does not want to get too involved. So Daniel wins a small pot. Chips up to 410. So top 6 gets paid. So
Oh, no, top 5 actually.
Top 5
Top
only.
5 gets
Damn,
paid
that's
for
rough.
60K for that minimum cash, and then first prize is looking at 242,000.
Thought it would be 6, if not 7, on top 5. At least the min cash is 3x immediately, which obviously is a bit more than what normally a min cash is in a tournament. A couple of these players have fired multiple bullets. I think the most amount of tables we had running yesterday at any given point was 3. I think we had 20 active players. So around 15 rebuys at least. Not a lot of the Team Pro guys in the mix in this one. I've seen none of them. I haven't seen Ivan, haven't seen Joe Chuan. Would like to see them.
Chen Yisa is actually a team pro for them as well. It's just that she's not wearing the green jacket.
Is he a green jacket or is he a white jacket?
She's a green jacket.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's sad that he's not wearing it because they're kind of cool.
Yeah.
And it gives off aura as well. Well, and he's definitely making the team proud. At least representing a little. And Daniel decides to limp from the small blind with the Jack Deuce of diamonds. And you in the big blind with 565k. This is gonna check. I'm gonna take a flop. Ooh, that is a bit of an action flop. Ace-4 flops middle pair, and obviously would see the backdoor straight draw as well. As a jungle man flops a jack-high flush draw. You can't really go anywhere. He's like, alright, wasn't really all that interested in this battle of the blinds, but now I gotta stick around. And jungle man makes the jack-high flush.
Now versus small blind, big blind, he's probably going to continue betting here, and he does. And he's bet 55k now.
It's a lot larger. I think it's going to be easy to let it go, yeah. Good job. Good job there by you. Does not have enough. I think if it's a lot smaller, like if we're betting very tiny, 20, 25, max 30, there is a chance that maybe ace-4 will peel one more off. 55 is just a little too large because you make that call and you already know you're going to have to face a monstrous bet on the river. It's just not worth it. The camera zooms in on Istvan. The shortest or second shortest player of the remaining 11, together with Martin Nielsen. So it's a bit awkward because we're starting and we could have, let's say, give or take 15, 20 minutes of poker. And then we'll be gone for 40 minutes. But after that, we do have one hell of a final table to look forward to. Pocket fives for Mendoza. One of the few players that has over 1 million. Makes it 30k. Min race.
Only big blind left now, Calvin Lee. 8-4 offsuit. I don't know if he's going to look to defend this.
Well, it is about as unflattering as it gets. He's gonna let it go. Would probably take a flop with the vast majority of his holdings, but
Yeah.
I
not
don't
that
mind that he decides to let it go on the 8-5, 8-4, excuse me. Not just because it's up against pocket fives, which obviously has him kind of crushed there. But hey, if you're Mendoza, you also really don't mind this that much. You're opening up one of these tiny pocket pairs. If everyone folds and you take down the blinds and antes, it's all good. So we are six-handed here, correct? We have you, we have Kelvin, we have Daniel, and we have these three. So 6 on this table, 5 on the outer. Oh,
Yeah, that should be the case.
seems like they are moving.
And moving, so that means they try to balance out the table.
Probably means that one of the shorties in the other table has busted. That could have been Martin Nielsen, who was one of the absolute shortest in the event. And if we have 6 here, 5 there, they're
Yeah,
obviously down to
should-
4, so they need to grab one of
Be
these.
5 and 5, right?
Surprised that they grabbed the shortest stack.
Because I think he's in the big blind, that is why. Usually they always move the big blind player into a
Ah.
big blind position.
So they don't really keep track of like making sure that it's somewhat balanced when it comes to the amount of chips.
No.
That's crazy to me.
So I actually won.
Yeah, you could have like 3 chip leaders all on the same table, and then the other table could have like all the shorties. Yeah, it's just happened to be by the time they need to move a player who happens to be in the big blind, and then move them into the big blind spot. So it just keeps it fair that you don't pay extra big blind, especially when you're short. You know, that would be very unfair.
The pocket jacks here for you on the button. As he starts the hand with 540,000 chips. Yisha has opened things up with the 10-9 offsuit under the gun. Little adventurous. I like it. Even though she is most likely going to face a 3-bet here.
Yeah, she's out here today to play. He's betting it to 90k. Everybody else pretty much gets out of the way, and action's back to Chen Yisha.
She's taking her time. Obviously, you don't want to snap fold if you're opening under the gun, because the moment then people then see that you snap fold to any 3-bet, they can pick up on that. They can start taking advantage of that later on. So she's taking her time, but I don't think she had any real intentions on calling that. As the man shows that he had the goods. Not making a move on you, my lady.
I've seen James Mendoza here, the chip leader of this feature table. He did also come second in the TLPT main event, the 15k, right behind Steven Son for a really nice payday. Wasn't expected, you know. He did only have 357,000 chips with 9 players left. And really went on this crazy run. And I actually bumped into him in the lobby and said, you know, like, congrats, you know, you did really well. And you could tell he's just really thankful, like how he ended up in that tournament.
Yeah, because mentally at that point you're kind of done with it. You're like, well, I'm gonna finish 9th. Maybe I get very lucky and I can finish 8th
Yep.
if somehow somebody's gonna bust in the next
Exactly.
5 hands. But
Yeah.
this is it. Yeah, then finishing second probably feels as good as winning any other tournament.
For sure. If anybody
Oh.
was to take like action, they'd be betting him to finish, you know, rather than being able to come second. We actually see a really big hand gonna be developing out here. It's under the gun, Daniel Cates, raising up to 30k with pocket tens, and on the cutoff we have Yulei picking up Ace King.
The man just put in a 3-bet with the pocket jiggities in the last round. He's gonna do it again, this time with Ace King offsuit. There is a chance that Daniel fights back and just sends it. Can obviously just call as well. He is 425k starting this spot, so we're way over 30 big blinds. Actually not correct, he's a little bit below 30 big blinds. I can't count. It's too early for me to be counting. What do you do here, Selena? We make the call with the 10s, or?
Well, it looks like he's trying to get some info from his opponent here, having a chat with them, you know, what do you have? What are you 3-betting with? No, he does not ship it in pre. Instead, he's opted to just call and see a flop.
It's a very exciting flop for all of us. 220k in the middle. As Daniel leaves himself with a little over 24 big blinds. The flop is Queen 9-3 with the 2 spades. You does hold the King of Spades.
Not a bad flop for Daniel Cates. I mean, only 1 overcard on that flop to his 10s. And he has checked over to Yulei, who's decided to Continuation bet for 40k. Not a really big bet here.
No.
Because he is betting 40k into 220,000.
Not expecting Daniel to go anywhere for 40k, and especially not because, as you pointed out, it's only one over. It's still scary, right? Because that queen does really hit the range.
Definitely, yeah.
And there were a lot of hands that Daniel was losing to pre-flop that he would still be losing to. But for 40k, we can't really go anywhere. And if it would go check here on the turn, then I do think that Daniel starts feeling really good about his hand.
Yeah, let's see if Yulei has another barrel in him. No, he decides to check back. And I think Daniel has to feel pretty good about his tens at this point.
A big 3-bet pre-flop, but a very tiny bet on the flop, and an even smaller bet on the turn, as there was no betting at all. And it's actually Daniel Cates, Jungle Man, who's going to lead out here. And I believe that's 80k. That is indeed 80,000. Gonna bet a little over 5 big blinds. He was probably gonna let this one go unless he really wants to put Daniel in an incredibly painful spot and decide to ship it here. And then I basically feel like it's queens or nothing, right? If you would just randomly end up shipping it here. We could toss in a time bank chip if we want to. He's almost out of time. Maybe he's already done that.
Yeah, and you know what? If anybody is to pick up a bluff, it would be Daniel Cates. He's made some really amazing, calls in the past in poker, and he is one of the best in the world. Especially heads up play too. He's like known to be exceptionally good in that field.
He was probably trying to figure out what Daniel has here and if he could potentially get him to fold, but it almost feels that a lot of hands did get there. Like even if it was a Jack-10 suited, that got there on the turn.
Yep.
If Daniel decided to somehow stick around with a 9 on the flop, that improved on the river. If there was any pocket pair as a holding, we were always losing to it. We're still losing to it as we end up with just ace high. It's a frustrating hand, but I think he just has to let it go.
Yeah, I mean, Yulei, he could think that there is a chance Daniel Cates might have ace king himself. And instead of chopping this pot, right, there's a chance that, they decided he's going to take a stab and get the player to fold the same hand. Just due to the fact that there is small stacks in play, there is a chance that Daniel Cates did not ship his ace king pre-flop just because there's, things to final table to consider. But at the same time, it is 5 players who make the money in this tournament. So there is that money, kind of consideration for them. It's always nice to make a final table, though. You get that picture. You get,
You can put it on your resume.
It is.
You can go home, you've got a story, but he's really taking his time. It is 80k, a little over 5 big blinds. The problem is it could also be a king-queen suited that we're losing to, a queen-jack suited that we're losing to.
Yeah, I mean, Yulei looks like he doesn't want to check here. He's really, really thinking things through.
I think your analysis is spot on, though. I think he's really thinking, do we have the same hand? Maybe you've got ace-king with the spades as well that missed. And now that's why he decided to stick around, even though he's got the king of spades, but could still be the ace of spades. And
Congrats on second. Congrats on second. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, he's really breaking down that range of hands that Daniel Cates could be playing this hand the way he has.
like ace-jack of spades is a holding that Daniel Cates could have here. Does in the end decide to let it go, and the tens continue to be a good. If we would have shipped it in pre, though, we probably would have played for all of it, because I don't think ace-king would have gone anywhere.
No. And that's the difference sometimes between, a pro player to just not really take those kind of risks and just putting their tournament life on a flip.
That's why you're great.
So in that regard, Daniel Cates made his own life perhaps a tiny bit harder, but he still wins a pretty decent pot, as we are down to 10 players. And that means that Selena is going to make her way over to the future states, where she will potentially start introducing the final 9 soon, as obviously we are in the past. These guys have been starting their journey 30 minutes earlier than we started this broadcast. And we have replaced Selena temporarily with the one and only Mr. Merlot.
What's going on?
We're down to 10.
Yeah, nice. Found a table right around the corner. On Poker News, it says that the paid player. Let me double check.
Top 5.
Yeah, it says top 5 with the fifth place being 60k. So it seems like this is the final payout breakdown here for those guys. And first place is going to be 242k. Does it have Stephen Song's name on it?
A little 12x.
This one's better.
The tournament that started yesterday around 7 p.m. They did play till pretty late. We were here until 2 a.m. So I guess for the players that meant they played until a little bit past 1:30. As we've got the two big stacks here potentially getting into a hand with one another. James Mendoza opens things up from the button with the king 7 offsuit. Chen Yisha looks down at ace a queen offsuit. So he's gonna bump it up and take it down pre.
Easy game. Just like that.
He's almost the captain again. Just one more big blind. Nice to see Jonga now with a healthier stack. Almost a 600k. I wouldn't say it was short entering the day, but also didn't really have a lot of room for error.
Yeah.
For starting the day with like 28 or whatever big blinds it was. I'm gonna be very cautious.
From what I can see, the short stacks, we have Istvan with 12 big blinds and Gavin with 14 big blinds. And then it would be Dominic Nietzsche with 20. So it's basically, it's all the players on the other table.
Right.
Just a couple short stacks playing with each other, trying to survive.
And that's what Selena just mentioned as well. And apparently the timing was just a bit unfortunate there because they could have maybe grabbed one of the biggest stacks to be moved to the outer table. But it was Istvan Biristo his time in the big blind, so they just grabbed him. But he was already the shortest stack on this table too.
Sometimes it's tough. You do get lucky with those things too.
I'll wait for ace.
And there is the 25k starting tonight at 8 p.m. as well.
Okay. That's going to be fun. Expecting a lot of the same faces. There will probably be Dominic Nietzsche. There will probably be Steven Sung. We expect Danny O'Cates, the jungle, to stick around for a little while as well. James Mendoza has had a stunning week, so I'm sure that he's willing to give that one a shot too. This is an interesting setup now, as we're obviously like 5-handed here. But then I feel the two players with the largest stacks, James Mendoza and Yisha, probably a little less aggressive than the other. And did we have a bust out? Are we already down to 9? I don't know, Johan. No one is going to tell me anything, but there is a good chance that we are down to 9.
Welcome everyone to the TLPT 20K final table. We've got a really special treat for you guys. There is 5 World Series of Poker bracelets, 1 EPT title, and a WPT title winner on this table. So let me welcome you guys to the 9 players. We have in seat 1, Gavin, with 240,000 chips. Seat 2, we have Bristo Istvan with 215,000 chips. Seat 3, we have Yulei with 450,000 chips. Seat 4, we have Taylor Black with 580,000 chips. Seat 5, we have James Mendoza with 120,000 chips. Seat 6, we have Dan Cates with 585,000 chips. Seat 7, we have Calvin Lee with 540,000 chips. And in seat 8, we have Steven Song with 1,615,000 chips. And in seat 9, the only lady at the table, Chen Yisha, with 1,060,000 chips. I would like to welcome these players to the final table and best of luck to each one of them. Dilla, shuffle pin deal.
All right, guys, welcome back. I believe that our microphones are live again. Fantastic intro there, Selena. And impressive how quickly you did that. One moment you're there over at the future table, and now you're already back over here in the commentary booth.
Yeah, it's been an interesting week. I've actually never been in the role of being a presenter. And I've been doing the presenting of the final tables. I've been interviewing the winners and presenting them with the trophies. So yeah, it is different challenges that I'm faced with this time around, and everything's just one take. And I don't know if that's common, but yeah, then there's no rehearsal, nothing, and just like go, let's go, you know. So it's almost like I question them, like, oh, if I make a mistake, do I get another take? And they're like, no.
You just
Maybe
roll with it.
yeah, maybe at the very beginning you do, but I'm sure, Kevin, you've got a lot of experience in that field.
Yeah, but this is very different, right? Because like there's a lot of different roles within being part of a broadcasting crew, and what you're doing there is definitely not the same as sitting behind the microphone and talking over the action. So, like for instance, my World Esports, there will always be a dedicated stage host or a dedicated interviewer, and then you have a dedicated host for the analysis desk,
Yeah.
and then you've got the actual live commentator. So you're basically doing a couple of roles
Oh,
within one
yes,
role right
these are
now.
different roles. Yeah, it's been a fun experience, definitely. Public speaking has never been something I put my hand up for, but when this was kind of offered to me, I'm like, you know what, I'm old enough. It's about time I take up on that, I think it's one of those things that are very useful, but I think most people are very afraid of public speaking.
It's scary, especially if the communication isn't that clear and you don't have the most clear-cut instructions, then it can get really a bit scary and intimidating. But honestly, Selena, you look like a natural.
Oh.
You look like you've done it countless of times. And I am very excited for this final table. We've already gone over the players already. 9 of them are left, a couple of them over 1 million. Loved how happy Steven Song was looking there again, even when you were interesting, Yisha. He's just clapping his heart out. I really love Steven. He's just such a happy guy. He's always smiling, and he's obviously absolutely crushing it this week.
Yeah, no, one of the nicest guys, really, because the thing is, like, they're poker players who do get the emotions, get the better of them and so forth. But, like, every time I see Steven, he's just smiling, But that being said, like, he's had an amazing week here in Jeju. And, he final tabled the circuit main event. He won the 15K main event, and now he's at the final table with chip lead of the 20K super high roller event.
It's honestly pretty crazy that 2 of the guys that were 1 and 2 at the 15K high roller main event are now also at this final table. And sure, the field was smaller, but you're still looking at some of the absolute best players that were here in Jeju. So for them to both be over 1 million chips again and at this final table as well is a very impressive. As Shen Yisha looks down at the hand. It used to be known as King Kong, but honestly at this point I'm calling it the Steven Song because he has found a silly amount of kings and he's always getting paid. They never believe he has it, ever. Yulei obviously dropping some chips right before we made it to this final table and that final hand against the Jungle Man, where he decided to make the call. Well, didn't make the call, but he just lost a bunch of chips with 8 kings against 10.
Yeah. Oh, we're seeing small blind Calvin Lee here with the pocket 7s.
Uh-oh.
It's going to be a bad time for him if he, just does anything but call pre. But I also know he is rather cautious player. So, yes, he's just going with those calling chips. Good to see that.
Steven Song wakes up with a 9-7 in the big blind. He probably says, you know what, if we're closing the action, just one big blind, we're starting the hand with 1.6 million. We can absolutely take a flop. Isha looking very good here with her kings. Something weird has to happen for those not to hold up. Especially with Steven having one of the 7s. Steven does pair his 9. Don't tell me he's going to find another 9 on the turn or river because I'm walking out. We have to call Todd. At that point, I already know I'm going to hand him the trophy.
I mean, Calvin here, you know, not flopping a set of sevens with 2 overs on that board. Not really looking to put any more chips in. And Stephen here, with middle pair and with his stack of chips,
Yeah.
will probably see the turn.
And since they're both so deep as well, I think it makes absolute sense here for Steven to, at the bare minimum, call. It's 2 big blinds. We have flop middle pair. Let's see if he can improve. Ooh, the Ace of Spades is a very interesting card. Because that is not a card that I think Yisha was really looking forward to. Then again, Steven is on the big blind. He has a wide variety of hands. That ace does not necessarily need to hit him. But you still don't love seeing it if you're opening things up with kings.
No. And at the same time, she can also bet and represent having the ace herself, which will get a lot of credit.
A lot of 5,000 chips. I think we're betting 45k. It is 40k.
Yeah, so she's going with a really small bet once again. I think it was 30k on the flop she bet, and then she would just gone with a 40k. You know, it's like really milking the cow, isn't it? She's just hoping Stephen is going to come along with a much wider range.
Steven is going to let go of his 9-7 now. Felt that it was just getting a bit too much. Yisha, her kings will hold up. As he chips up, closes that gap a little. But Steven Song still the chip leader. Good for Calvin that he didn't get too out of line with those 7s. Because we have obviously seen people often 3-bet those minor pocket pairs as well. But he's not that deep.
No,
Calling here, I think, was a...
was a good play,
Yep.
definitely. And, you know, there is stacks that are smaller than him on this table. You know, we are not in the money yet. There's going to be 5 players on this table that will cash. So there's going to be 4 players that's going to have to bust before, you know, the players on this table see any money.
I'm not sure how accurate this is, by the way, over at the Hendon Mob, but it says that Beristo Iswan, his best live cash is 57k. If he would make it into the money, he would actually crush that immediately.
Oh, okay.
So
So
the
he's
main
probably
cash is
not much
60.
of a tournament player, right? Because from what I've seen of his play, he seems like someone who plays really well, but probably not much on the tournament scene because I don't really know that name either. Haven't really come across this player, you know, in any of the big tournaments.
And he took a 5th place in December 2023 in a 10k, and that netted him 57k. So I guess not the biggest field, otherwise it should be a bit more than that. And outside of that, he has a lot of entries where the buy-in was just a whole lot lower, 2ks, 3ks. And it's obviously kind of hard to turn 2k or 3k into 57 or more, but I was a little bit surprised to see that, as this is obviously a 20k buy-in, and I think he has fired 2 bullets, because I feel like we already saw him bust
Yeah.
early on.
No, I think you're right about that.
That's kind of crazy, by the way, that your best live cash would be 57k, but you've already fired 40 in this one. I hope for Beristo that he can finish in the top 6 it is, right? 6 places get paid.
Yeah.
Or was it 5?
5. 60,000.
For
Yes,
5th place.
for 5th place. Yeah. It's the fact that 60,000 that's getting us mixed up with the 5 places or 6 places. Yeah.
It's going to be tough
It
making
is.
top 5, because you obviously have Steven Song sitting over $1 million, Yisha sitting over $1 million. Taylor still has actually nowhere near as big of a stack as he had in the beginning of yesterday.
No.
He was absolutely crushing it. He was at 1.1 or 1.2 very early on.
I think Mendoza is the only player that's over $1 million at the
Yes.
moment.
So we got 3 of them. But
Yeah.
still, that's potentially 3 out of 5 paying spots. Then you've got Jungle Man in the mix as well. Speaking of Daniel Cates, he finds the ladies. He's going to open things up.
A change in a small blind with the king 6 suited. A good 3-betting hand, but chooses to just let it go there. And Gavin in the big blind. And just goes for 4. Daniel Cates gets no action with his pocket queens.
That's a bit frustrating, because Daniel obviously over these last day and a half has been probably the most active player out of everyone. And if you then do finally find a real premium hand like queens, you do hope they fight back a little.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, you have talked about the king 6,
Yeah, the Ben CB.
the Ben CV.
Mm-hmm.
What is it called? Like, Randy said there's a special phrase you use for it. Is it like the superstar or something? The super.
For the King 6?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's
yeah.
a long time ago that I did an episode with Randy.
Yeah, yeah. But you had a name for that hand. He told me.
Really?
Yeah, it was like the super, you know, the super mega star or some kind of super something hand. I think he said. So
I
yeah,
thought we just called it the Ben CB special.
the Ben CB special.
That's what I thought, but it's a long time. It's over a year and a half, if not 2 years ago at this point. But I do remember it very well. I also remember the mega pot he won with it. I think he finished second then in the end that
Oh,
match.
he did end up winning the tournament.
No, he did not
No.
end up winning. But this was like when there were 8 or 9 people left.
Yeah,
so
but
he
I
could
think it
have.
was three-way all-in, wasn't it?
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. That's so sick. It was up against Kings.
Yeah.
Right?
King 5 of diamonds for Steven Song. It's going to be good enough for him as Biristo Isvan looks down at ace 5 offsuit in the big blind. Starting the hand with 12 bigs. Goes for it.
And a great player to shove against, really, because we know Steven Son has a wide range. And, you know, when you look down at ace X, it's probably good.
Still a scary moment, obviously. If
It
you're on the
is,
verge of one
yeah.
of your bigger career cashes.
And the thing is, he has found those big hands to call with. You know, he's had his ace jack, he's had his ace queen. And when your opponent widens their range of shoving, you then need to also widen your range of calling. You know, and that is going to make him call with possibly hands like ace 9, ace 8, you know, those kind of hands as well.
Yeah, I think anything better than ace 10 there, I think Steven would have gone for it.
Yep,
I think that's
definitely.
basically the cutoff. Ace 10 suited, probably a slam dunk call. Taylor, the man who was way over $1 million in the beginning of this 20k super high roller. Kind of curious what happened. Obviously, we've had 2, if not 3 tables running, and we don't always have him at the future table. But he was absolutely crushing it. He was rock solid in the first few hours of this tournament. And while the rest of the field was working with 200, 300k, he was sitting over $1 million. Got a whole bunch of premiums here going at it. Ace King offsuit under the gun. Daniel Cage Jungleman wakes up with Ace Jack of Hearts. He's gonna make the call. Ace Queen of Diamonds for Steven Song. He's gonna come along for the ride. And honestly, at this point, Yisha might come along. So like 30k to play for 160. It's still so early, actually. I thought he was on the big line. Excuse me. We're only now at the button. We could have another big hand somewhere. King 4 ain't one of them, and 9 deuce ain't one of them. Obviously, it makes sense that we're folding 9-7 if we're on the cutoff. I just thought it was the big blind. When you see all these hands and all this action, I was like, this gotta be it, right, guys? Like, no, somehow
No,
there is.
everybody's like, you know, we're going to chill. We're going to see a flop and take it from there. You know, and I'm not going to see an ace on that board just because everybody's holding an ace. You know, it's going to be a 1 out, but yeah, no, nobody really connects with that flop. Taylor Black, who was the pre-flop raiser, decided to check it here. Just because he does have 2 plays behind him, both calling him flat in pre.
Multi-way pot. The deuce of clubs, I do find a very fun turn card because A, the clubs do get there. That does mean that Taylor picks up the nut flush draw. Doesn't have it yet, but he does have the nut flush draw. Daniel, I think he's the kind of player that likes to take a stab at these boards if it has gone check. But there's just so many black cards and he's just sitting there at ace jack high. Steven Song is the man who has got the most chips out of these 3 by far. As the river is a 4. It's a bit of a brick run out. Besides the clubs getting there, I guess, on the turn.
Yeah, and you know what? Nobody's hit anything. Ace King has the best hand right now. But with the action that has happened, you know, I wouldn't blame somebody going for a stab, but nobody does. And Taylor takes down this pretty big pot with, you know,
Ace King high.
yeah, Ace King high. That's kind of surprising.
And he's going to be very happy with that too, because it's one of these moments where you're probably a bit frustrated. You finally wake up with a big hand under the gun, you get 2 callers, and you feel the board just has some sort of an awful run out. And you probably think, I'm never good here, and it's not worth bluffing in this multi-way pot. All smiles. I did not expect that. From happiness to frustration, back to at least some degree of happiness. It could have obviously been a whole lot better for him. Also, a good moment for Steven Song not to 3-bet there, right? With the ace queen of diamonds, because if he does, he puts himself in such an annoying position.
For sure. Calvin Lee here with another ace king.
That is impressive how Steven Song always dodges those bullets, because
He does.
with the amount of chips that he has,
Yeah, you could definitely see him putting a raise, right?
ace queen is suited, ace queen suited. But just times those moments incredibly well. So we do have the race. Ace king, system in the race, opening 2x.
I'll take it. Cool the absolute shit.
Very cool to see that Chanisha is still here as well. And working with over 1 million. It's not like she's nursing a short stack.
Slow rolls.
Trying to fold her way into the money. No, she's been absolutely cruising. One of the
I don't
3
mind that
players
so
to
much.
currently
I don't
have
know.
a stack over 1 million.
I guess it depends on the stakes, right?
People are way worse about slow rolls.
Another player winning the hand with ace king.
It's like an action now.
How much do you know about Kelvin Lee? Do you have any backstory for us about Kelvin?
Yeah, so I don't know
sound like Nit
actually that he actually won a
No,
World Series.
if you
boxer.
like,
I
sometimes
think he
I've
has.
said like.
I was just being told that. I don't know in what event exactly.
I can look it up.
Yeah, but the thing is, he's known to have frequented the Macau cash game scene
People get
for
emotional.
a while.
Big, you know?
And I don't know as of late if he still plays there, just because I don't know how often the big games still get up. I think a lot of players have kind of started playing Dubai.
Sorry. I
Oh
don't
wow,
dictate
really?
per
Dubai
play.
poker scene?
Dubai
popping
poker
up?
scene, yeah.
How does that work in like they have hotel casino?
Seen a lot
Yeah,
of slow rolls
maybe.
this
They have
week,
casinos in
No,
Dubai.
I think
no?
private
Yeah.
games and stuff.
Yeah.
as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're.
That's cool. I had no
intentional or
idea that
not,
was a thing.
but, well,
I mean, I know
a
that
guy will, like,
cards
bet
is
the
a thing
river.
all around the
Yeah.
world.
I
Everyone
mean,
loves.
everyone has a
Yeah,
private
Yeah,
game,
yeah,
right?
that's true. But that it's that big,
Yeah,
like
like
people
Flipper
from
the fucking
Asia or
cards.
America would fly out to participate in them. That I was not aware of.
I think there's some people who started living there just because that is kind of the new poker scene these days.
I don't know.
I know it is
I'm not
very
sure.
tax friendly for a lot of businesses, so that does not surprise me. Deuces for Steven Song. Well, let go of it. Does not want to open things up with the deuces here.
Yeah, I thought with his
play a
stack he
hand,
was
I'll
gonna
make
just
sure to
open.
dictate properly.
Chaisha with the 8
Mad.
for you.
Yeah, make sure you say
Gavin here with the Jack 10.
Yeah, so
You think
he's
these,
He
uh,
is one of the
Chinese
shortest
guys
stacks on the
know
table, but
what they're doing when they
it's tough
buy
hand,
mistake,
you
like,
know,
or
it's not
when they slow roll
suited.
people.
Yeah, being the
Oh,
hijacker,
they know what
still
they're
can
doing.
play his hand.
Oh, okay, they're doing it on
It's a good
purpose.
decision. Now Yulei with the king 7 on
Are
the
you gonna
button.
slow
I
roll
do see him going for a raise
No,
here.
I never.
Why
Good,
not?
good.
I never
He's
do
never
that.
been afraid either.
What do I
Any of
do?
the moments we've seen him at this future table, or in this case the final table, as Taylor Black wakes up with the absolute monster that is pocket force. You know it, Selena. A premium holding.
Man, I don't know, it's because you've been saying the pocket force and I've just been watching out for it, but yeah, no, I actually believe the magic of the pocket force.
Fours against King 7. It's a very fair fight, and let's see what rolls up on the flop. It is an Ace King 6, so King 7 does take the lead. And apparently the 4 of clubs got folded already, so we're drawing 2-1 out. I believe in the magic of the pocket fours, but this is going to be a difficult one for Taylor. He's probably completely okay with letting
Man,
this
that's
go
sick.
as well.
They're
yeah.
doing it on purpose.
No need to
I always thought it was
overthink
an
it, no need to
accident.
give yourself a headache. You got to see a flop for relatively cheap. Yeah, we'd love to
I
see
see
all
some
5
pretty,
cards,
like-
but hey, we gave ourselves 3 opportunities to hit that set.
Some like long, like,
It
wait a
didn't work
while.
out,
then
it's all
flip
good.
up,
We
like,
can
the
just let it go.
opposite.
Everybody below 100 big blinds at this point.
That's not, the only one I saw
Steven
was
Song
that
is still
it
our
was an
chip
all
leader.
in, and they were kind of like, it seemed like they were confirming to make
What is your
sure,
dream
like, an
heads
actual
up
call
match?
happened, and then the
of
other
these
person
now?
turned their hand over and they're like,
Like, who I would love to
and
play
then they threw
against.
away.
No, like a heads up for our
Oh, like for us to
championship.
watch.
Yeah,
Like they
for our
were trying-
trophy.
they were
I think I would
trying
have
That's
to.
part of it.
I think I like to
I
see
feel like I always
Dan
see it
Cates in
here.
action.
Yeah.
He's
Where it's
just a
like
fun
it
player. He's good at
potentially
like just
by
kind of
mistake,
like having a
but
good
you don't
personality
really
on the
know.
table, a lot of table talk,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I mean, maybe a girl in the mix. Yeah, yeah, because we haven't seen a heads up match with a girl in the mix.
So Daniel Cates against Shanyisha.
Yeah, that would be cool. But you know what? Like, if I was to say who is gonna be part of that heads up match, I'm gonna go with Steven Song.
It almost feels like it's written inside, but we're kind of jinxing him now a little bit as well. As we're singing his praise so much, we're almost setting him up for a bad beat, but I hope that's not the case. I would love it to see Chanyisha have a deep run, but even top 3, top 4 is already
Yeah.
amazing.
It has. We did see another lady who did well in the 15K main event. I think she did end up finishing 6th, maybe. Or, Wei Hua. Do you remember?
Yes.
Yeah.
Lin, right?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Lin Wei Hua.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is correct. No, 6th.
6th. Yeah.
The wife of
And
Nevin.
Nevin. And we did see another lady that made the TLPT circuit main event, isn't it? There was also a lady on that table. So yeah, it's really good to see. You know, not a lot of girls in the field, but they are going very far. And even just worldwide. You know, we're seeing some ladies coming up with amazing results, and you know, it's only just a matter of time we see more of that.
One of these nights that I sat down here at a cash game, and we had 8 players at the table, including me, and 4 of them were ladies. And it was a 50-50.
That's pretty
And
cool.
I was kind of getting bumped.
yeah, that is pretty cool. You don't see that very often, do you?
Probably because like
I like it.
You know,
They're all having a good
9
time.
of the
as well.
potential players who had started are in this.
I'd say my dream heads-up match of this field would be Steven Song against Daniel Cates. I feel
Daniel
like,
Kitts, yeah, that's what I was gonna go for, but no, I'm still wanting to see a girl in the mix. Heads
Okay.
up, that would be good. Yeah.
We'll all be very happy for her. I feel like that would be an incredibly high-level battle of poker.
Yeah, that's
and
probably more like
Steven also does not shy away from chatting. Like, it's not
No.
that Daniel's going to talk to him and he's just going to lock it up and
Yeah.
put his hoodie on. Like, no,
He's
he'll-
very, very friendly.
Yeah.
You know, I think him and Mendoza, when they're playing heads up, they had a lot of conversation, you know, happening between the two.
That was a bit of an unfair fight as we started off with 41 million against like 6 million after Mendoza was forced to fold ace-king in that 3-way all-in when there were 3 people left. Which I was still surprised by. Thought it was very logical. I honestly thought that is an okay spot to call. Yeah, but he let it go. Wouldn't have really changed much because he did have more chips than the other ace-king player in that hand.
Yep.
And when Stevenson was sitting on jacks. But that would have kind of ruined the flow of the show, by the way, because they're like, we plan a break and then the epic heads-up match and then it's a 3-way all-in and there's 3 players left and then the big stack wins it. It's like,
Just
all right, Selena, I guess you can just present the trophy. That's all we got.
and you don't see that too often, do you? Like where it goes from 3-player to the winner that quickly.
No, but if there was ever a moment for it to happen, it's probably
That was
ace
it.
king,
Yeah.
ace king, jack.
Yeah. I was actually really surprised that Ace King folded.
Same. Yeah, I was very, very surprised.
Yeah,
with
because
that one.
3-handed, you have to think your Ace King would be ahead.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's a great time to triple up, but yeah, and take your ICM into account. And
Action
stuff like
flop here, by the way. This could be a very big pot as we have king 9 for our jungle man. He flops top 2. Monster, obviously, but Kelvin Lee with 8-7 of clubs flops the gutter ball and the 8 high flush. Or the king high flush if you want to talk about the king, but he is not going anywhere. And I wouldn't even be shocked if he raises. I feel like this, if there was ever a raising hand, this could be it. He could also try to keep it small, as obviously these players are not in the money yet. Kelvin makes the call. We're off to see a turn. The turn is a queen of diamonds. Does complete a couple straights, like jack 10. I'm sure Jungle Man is still loving his king 9. It's a pretty connected board. It's a very drawy board at this point. So I can't expect Jungle Man to bet a bit bigger than he's done in the past. Grabs the chips and the bet is 125k. So yeah, that's a pot size bet. Really good job here by Daniel Cates, realizing I think what is happening here. Knows about the flush draw that's on the board, knows about all the straight draws that are there. And now any jack, any 10 is obviously has picked up some sort of a gut shot straight draw as well. What do you think Calvin Lee is going to do here, Selena? Because this is a big decision.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's bet almost a third of his stack, right? But Calvin here decided to just call and see if, you know, he's out to get there.
He's looking for a 6 or a club. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
and he
there
finds
it
the
is.
6 of hearts. And that's probably the most deceiving card that he could have hit as well. I don't think there is a better card that Kelvin could have hit. As Daniel Cates, a jungle man, is in serious trouble here. He went for the pot size bet on the turn. Oh my goodness. What a river for Kelvin Lee. That is a dream river. Like, there's a lot of other outs he could have hit, but it would have slowed things down, right? You think the jack of clubs, the 10 of clubs. As we have a snap call. Daniel's gone all in. An absolute snap call here by Kelvin Lee with the straight. What a river from heaven. And that leaves the jungle man absolutely crippled. The man who flopped top 2 pair here. Now down to 3.3 big blinds.
Yeah.
Wow. A brutal river. Absolutely brutal.
Yeah, so I actually saw Calvin's WSOP bracelet is actually a 3K 6 max. event, which yeah, that was happened a few years ago. But you know, he's had some really crazy good results, especially in Jeju. I think
Oh, yeah,
that you know,
for it.
being having Korean background and everything, yeah, he probably kind of maybe there's a chance he has family out here and everything as well. But he seemed to come to almost every single tournament that's being held out
This
here.
is where I'm really good. Three
Maybe
big
he has
blinds
saved up a
there.
bunch of the comps as well.
That's
That's the nicest rooms. And he's like, I just love it over here in Jeju.
Yeah. No, what's good about these tournament series is that if you kind of like, for example, with this event, if you just registered early, you get the free roll ticket. Okay, so the very
Yeah,
first
the
event,
600
right?
pay.
You get free accommodation,
number
and then you get a discount
I mean, he's
on some
number
of the
two.
buy-ins as well.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and
So it's very, very appealing for
No,
a
it
lot of
is.
these guys.
Definitely.
And then if you go once and you're like, hey, it's actually very nice here as well. Everything is arranged incredibly well. Like, why wouldn't you come back at that point?
Yeah, for sure.
Sucks for Daniel though. It's been so fun watching Jungleman play. It's been fun watching him have a good time. But he's now down to 3.3 big blinds. I don't think he can do anything
number
else
one.
No,
there.
he's not a Mendoza. That's your read.
No, but like,
three
I
big
mean, I'm not saying that I don't
That's
think he can
sub 10
split
big
it up, but
blind
I'm just
poker.
going over the hand there with the king
He'll make
9.
that stack well.
It just feels that that is the worst river he could have
Yeah.
seen.
Yeah, for
He
sure.
bet really big on the turn. It's not like he made it cheap.
Yeah.
He went for the pot size bet, the 125k, which was a very large chunk out of the stack of Calvin Lee. But Calvin Lee made the call.
Yeah, I mean,
Drills to 6.
because we also did see Calvin Lee, it's not like he just had a straight draw, right? He also had the flush draw to go with it. So, you know, he's got plenty of outs and
That's it. Yeah, he's got some.
yeah, decided to
hilarious
make that big
stares.
call and it kind of just, you know, in Jungle's mind, that river technically shouldn't hit Calvin's head.
No. Unless he specifically was holding.
He loves these like
8-7.
eyebrows.
Exactly. So here, Gavin is faced with a re-raise from Stevenson from the big blind. And Stevenson, once again, has actually one of the premium hands, Ace King here.
It is ace-9 offsuit under the gun. I think Gavin will let this one go, because calling your tournament live off with ace-9 is just kind of annoying. He did open up and didn't get any respect, despite the fact that he raised from an early
And regardless of
position,
how you played that,
and he
you're
is one of
pretty
the
close.
shortest stacks at the table. Like, in which scenario are you loving life here with ace-9?
I mean, maybe
Maybe
bet both
specifically
rivers.
against pocket 8s, pocket 7s, but
Yeah.
even that, you
Yeah,
can
I
flip
mean,
it
it
back.
just feels like
Exactly.
you're fucked, right?
You've got to put your opponent on, you know, the fact that they have so many better aces.
Then it's like actually just a gamble fest.
We're still with 9. We haven't lost anyone yet since we kicked off this final
Sure, but,
table.
like,
Yeah, it's like we lost the 2 really quickly at the beginning of the day,
Yeah.
but it's also because the tables are short-handed as well, right? So you have to change the ranges up drastically when it's like five players on the table compared to
well,
9.
in cash,
So
you're playing
yeah, it's been
deep and
pretty
stuff,
tight
but
on the
tournaments,
final
like,
table so far. I thought we were gonna be
you, like,
dropping
add
players
these
off
weird
left, right, and
things,
center, but that's not the
there
case.
you just shoot up, right? It's already enough.
mystery bounty, very
Yeah.
Oh, here we go, Gavin. Now this is not too shabby of a hand. Let's go.
There's no decision there. And
Ooh, cut off.
there's a lot of a decision there. The 10s, that is a slam dunk home run all
No one
in.
plays them right, but
Risto
the variance
Eastman
is-
on the
yeah,
cutoff
it's
looks
same.
down at King Queen
It would probably be
offsuit.
the same
The
if you added
shortest stack
some
at the table has
format
gone all
of
in for
squid.
7
So
big
how-
blinds.
How does squid work exactly? It's like
Really
progressive.
tough decision
stand-up,
for a
right?
Hungarian player.
Yeah.
And he announces all in. Honestly, great play, because I think a lot of people would fold with with that holding in this position, given the circumstances.
I'm just saying. you
Oh
have to
my
do that.
goodness,
I've
big
never really played
blind.
squid, right? The last person I went
Look where they've run into Ace Queen of clubs, and this is very unfortunate for Bristo Easterman.
But it might be very fortunate for Gavin. I mean, we don't know, right? Everyone's got a shot. The
Yeah,
10s have a
yeah.
good shot. You can always find a king. I can see a universe where James Mendoza does not make this call with ace queen suited. Like, if it's offsuit, he's got a bit of a decision. But with the suited ace queen, we have to go for it. James Mendoza, the runner-up of the 15K main event, makes the call. And 2 players at risk. What are we feeling? The 10s?
I'm hoping the 10s could triple up here. It'll be good to see, you know, the shorter stack, you know, going for a run. But at the same time, like, I kind of feel like James Mendoza has, you know, has had a really good week, and luck, you know, might just be on his side.
Well, he's got 47% at the moment, so Perhaps luck would just be a clean run out, but there goes the
Oh,
10.
10. There
What
it
a
is.
flop. Now
There
we
we
have one
go.
club and there is a wheel draw. Obviously, King Queen is drawing incredibly slim. Extra outs for the ace. And E4. But that is not a 4. It's the pocket tens for Gavin. As he gets the triple up, that does mean the Biristo Isvan is going to be our first player to be eliminated of this final table. As obviously James Mendoza has him covered, and Ace Queen continues to be ahead of King Queen. James Mendoza doesn't even really lose a lot there because
No, he doesn't.
Biristo had like 110, 120
Exactly.
more
So
than
it's like
Gavin.
11 big blinds or something like that.
Yeah.
Yes. But Gavin now has moved. And he is not the shortest stack on the table, and it is Dan Cates with the shortest stack of 11 big blinds.
What a flop there for tens. The 10-5-3 rainbow. Yeah, that is as good as it gets. And it's great news for Gavin. Gets rewarded for being patient earlier, where he did let go of that A6.
Yeah, and with both like Istavan and Gavin holding a club each in their hand, there's even less chance that Mendoza's going to go running clubs.
Did almost complete the wheel. Always a sweat, online or offline, it doesn't matter. They always
Yeah.
pick up somehow.
Some else. It's never easy, is it?
Very rarely do you get the check mark on the turn. He did manage to avoid the 4 on the river. Yeah, for James Mendoza, honestly, not a whole lot changed there. That's completely fine. I think maybe in the end he lost 1 or 2 big blinds, but that's about it.
That's about it, yeah. Now you lay here on the cutoff, pocket sixes. Now with 23 big blinds pre-flop, you know, he has option of just open jamming this. There's nothing wrong with that. He can just raise it up. And he's opted to raise.
Even from the cutoff, you would be okay with it?
Yeah, I think. I mean, 20 definitely. You know, by all means, I think it's fine. Yeah, I mean, because he does have 23, I think that maybe just raising might be a bit better than just open shoving.
Every opportunity. Every problem there's opportunity.
Younger man, he's gonna come along for the ride with the suited queen. Queen 5 from the big blind. Obviously, every big blind is important to jungle. Flop comes king 4. It's honestly a pretty damn good flop for those sixes. And I'm sure that Yulei is feeling it. You just bet like 30k here, right? Quarter pot and probably take it down. And then
Yeah.
for 35, he knows that it is unlikely Daniel Cates can continue there. Unless he really hit that flop and somehow hit the king. Or a 4. Or was slow playing some sort of a monster. Nice little pickup there for you. He's never really had a monster stack in this tournament. He has never gone over 1 million. He didn't even really get close to it. He's been hovering around that 500k chip mark for, I want to say, like the last 4 levels. Steven looks a little sad. He's like, why is there so much happening without me? When is it my turn again?
Usually he is quite involved.
Take your chance.
But you can't win them all, then nobody's going to play with you, right?
Steven can go like 2 minutes without smiling. Looked a little sad there. He's like, never mind. Still the chip leader. It's pretty good.
And life's been very good to him.
Queen 5 is going to get folded. King 4 on the button. Jungo's trying to... Oh, and it actually kind of
It
works,
kind of
you
worked,
know?
yeah. Oh, here pocket tens.
Ah,
He just calls, does he?
Yeah.
He calls. He didn't shove pre-flop.
and it might work out because there's a good chance that
Yeah,
Calvin is
Calvin
going to
might
go all
shove it
in here.
Yeah, but I mean, you know what? Even if you just shove, Calvin's going to call with his hand no matter
Yeah,
what.
I know.
So it doesn't matter. Just gets
He's
in.
so
in.
excited.
Yeah. His pocket tens at this point is like pocket aces, right?
Calvin a little sad. He's like, wait a minute, this was supposed to be good for me. A6 in the big blind. He's going to need some help. Can Jungle find another double up? Do we have another remarkable comeback at the final table over here at the Lord Poker Tournament? Earlier this week we had Mendoza Right now, things are looking up for Jungleman, but he needs to avoid those aces. Just 3 outs though. That is not one of the aces. Jungle back to 330k. Still the shortest, but compared to the what was it that he was working with?
7.5, I think, at one point.
I think it
Roughly
was even
8.
less. No,
Yeah, it was even less. I think it was 7.8.
I thought he had 3.5. Yeah, really, he was that short. He was at 50k,
Oh, yes, right. Yes, I
and he
forgot
got a
that.
triple
Yeah,
up.
yes, he got the triple up.
Yeah.
That's right. And was it with tens?
No, I think the triple up was with the king 8, where he
Oh,
flopped
king
the
eight.
trip
Yes,
8.
yes, the trip eight versus Steven
Oh,
Song's
that,
king
that
5,
was
right,
my
wasn't
bad.
it? Yeah.
I'm sorry. Small pot.
Well, how could you even like? You either have
Jungle
a
staying
stack
alive.
fold or-
Really has a real stack now again. Great comeback after losing almost all his chips earlier at this table.
What's your
Where he had
tag team?
king 9 against the 8-7 of Calvin Lee. Also nice to get some chips back from the guy who
If
took
you
all
had
the
like
chips to
15
begin.
bigs, then
Yeah.
Maybe you could have. You could.
Yeah, there's something about these crazy run-ups, like in one of the other events, I think it was the 15k high roll as well. In the early stages, we saw Taylor having no chips at all, like staying alive, and eventually turning it into somewhat of a stack again. And he did finish in the money, but I still don't know if that
like
was
you
over
did
his
three.
Yeah.
super short
I'm,
stack
I'm
or
gonna
not.
guess it was with the same.
That would be
same
legit
stack.
sick,
Yeah,
because he
yeah.
was so short.
Well, you know what? If he happens to take that as a man, I get to introduce him to the podcast.
Maybe we can just ask him anyway. We run into it. If he finishes in the money here, he's going to be in a good mood, so then we can definitely strike
Okay,
up
but if
some.
he doesn't, we're just gonna dodge
Oh,
him,
no,
aren't
of
we? Yeah.
Somebody's like 6th place, so hey, talk to me about that other event that you play. You're a short stack, right? Did you make it? He's probably like, piss off, man. Like, understandable.
Living in a basement. Wondering if there's actually.
I've got a lot of experience of knowing when to talk to video gamers or not. You know, like
Oh, I see.
if I feel like
yeah.
they're in a good mood and I know they're mentally satisfied, I can
Yeah.
always talk. And if I know that they're steaming, I will gladly just leave them alone for a little while until they are the ones that start talking.
Steven Song's still the chip leader at this final table with 74 big blinds, and Daniel Cates, after that double up, does have 17 big blinds to play with.
Everyone getting a little short though. It's,
It is, yeah. I mean, the blinds are going to catch up to every single one of them, and you know, if this continues where like people keep doubling up, you know, those big stacks are going to get shorter.
The 70 is a serious amount, but if you lose one flip for 35 or 40 big blinds, then
Yeah.
you're right in the mix and you're even on verge of perhaps not cashing. So
Yeah, exactly.
no one is safe here, not even the chip leaders.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of a tournament where you can just not really say, oh, I think this player, is going to 100% win this final table. Anything can really
Tom's the
happen.
only one who's
Yeah, winning is always tough.
25.
But if you think back of the 15k and you see Marius Gears entering with like 11 million chips and he's got like 7 million more than the next guy,
Yeah.
you know that he might not win it, but the top 3, top
Top
4
three
is really there.
pretty good. Yeah.
But at this point, I know Steven Song is a bad example because it is unlikely that he's going to get eliminated. But technically, it could still go wrong for Steven as well. Like all it takes is 1 or 2 setups. And if it's not meant to be, his lead could disappear real quick. Only the top 5 gets paid, and we still have 8 players left. All 8 of them very, very capable.
A6 here for Daniel Cates and
Nice
the
fold.
cutoff. Just folding. Not considering a raise at all.
Nice.
That's kind of surprising to me.
Yeah,
Yeah, because he does have 17 big blinds. You
could
know,
be because he
the
would
big
have
stacks.
to. Yeah,
Yeah.
small blind and big blind are the 2 biggest stacks at this table.
And,
Or
and
2 of
you
the
know
3.
what? Hey, Cheng Yisha picks up ace jack in the big blind. You know, and good thing that he didn't raise.
Big hand.
Not afraid, by the way, to raise it up, apparently. The graphics are wrong there. I think that C raised and Steven Song let go. Yes,
Yep,
he raised to
that is
75k. That's honestly cool as well because there's a lot of people there that are like, okay, you probably shouldn't tango with someone like Steven Song who's A, incredibly good, and B, you are 2 of the 3 biggest stacks. If
Yeah.
you stay out of trouble, you can probably make it into the money.
Yeah.
But Chen Yusha showing us that he's not afraid.
He's not afraid. I mean, it is. You shouldn't allow a player to deter you from your strategy, right? You know, a lot of times that players do get intimidated by certain people sitting at the table, but, you know, a lot of times, you know, you stick with the strategy, stick to what you know, stick to your fundamentals, and yeah, you're not going to do too bad.
Down to 8. These guys are looking around. They were probably kind of rooting against Gavin earlier when he went all in with the pocket tens. And they're like, oh, double KO would speed things up. And Daniel was obviously still short as Taylor looks down at ace king. We saw him make some somewhat tight folds in early position, but given the dynamic of this table, I think those were justifiable. Ace king, of course, is a hand that we're always going to raise. John Goodman looks down at queen jack, folds it.
Right.
And Stevenson here, with pocket threes on the dealer button, comes along to see a flop.
One of his threes is already folded here by Chanisha. Gavin, 410,000 chips, looks down at a jack 7 offsuit. He's gonna let go of it as well. And that means that it's a heads-up fight between the ace king of Taylor and the pocket threes of Stevenson. Threes are still good, but that is not a flop that the Stevenson will look at. And think that his threes are good very often. Unless he is specifically worried about ace queen, ace king. And even ace queen picks up a bunch of extra outs. Taylor does decide to check it, and Steven decides to check it back. So we have a free turn card for Taylor. And there is the king. Which means that he pretty much locks up this hand. Decides to check it, even though he just paired his king. Any queen makes a straight. Steven is wondering, can I represent this queen? Seems like he's going for it. How big is his bet? 130k in the middle. Steven bets a 70. Ooh, that's gnarly if you're Taylor here.
It is. It's a good sizing. So on the flop,
Check, check.
check, check, right? So yeah, it makes it.
Taylor does decide to make the call with top pair, top kicker. Finds another ace. However, if he was worried about a queen, he's still losing to a queen. Now the hearts get there too. Improves to top 2. Obviously does start beating some other hands that could have potentially been 2 pairs. Whether it's jack 10, jack 9, king jack.
Steven is good at getting his opponents to fold, I can tell you that. You know, and you are, at this point, can put the pressure on Taylor Black. Just because he's one of the middling stacks.
Needs to be a big bet to get it done. Steven is screaming that he's got a queen. It's 135k, exactly 50% of the pot. Oh, this is tough, man. This is a really, really tough call to make.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Taylor Black, you have to think to the flop action, you know, whether or not Steven will check the flop with a queen in his hand and not bet. And it doesn't make sense.
Tosses in a time bank chip. He's gonna go over it. Pre-flop, this hand was very simple. Taylor opened. Steven came along for the ride from the button. The flop was jack 10-9. The action went check check. On the turn we had a king. Taylor decided to check it.
Oh no, it's going in the muck. Is it going in the muck?
He had chips in his hand. Grabs the scotch.
Oh, it
folds
is
the
going
ace
in the
king.
muck. And this is what I'm talking about when it comes to Stevenson. You know what I mean? We have seen him more than one occasion getting his opponent to fold a better hand and just really own them. It's pretty sick. Like,
Gotta find your bluff somewhere.
The pocket three. Taylor is going to be very unhappy when he watches that one back. Steven successfully makes him believe that he is holding a queen there.
It's cool. You get to see in 30 minutes.
yeah,
Uh.
that actually does mean that Steven probably does mix up his
Run over my
flop play a bit, where he will check back straight draws
Mm-hmm.
and maybe not betting them 100% of the time. So it just does keep his opponents guessing.
This could take a while, right? Just to finish the tournament, it could take a while, right?
You can see Taylor staring him down. Very, very suspicious, and rightfully so. But it was just a little too much. He had chips in his hand.
He did,
I
he
thought
did.
he was gonna
I
talk.
actually thought he was going to talk himself into calling them.
Yeah. One of these hands as well, where I also feel like it plays out often in a very different way. If there are 25 players left and we're not on a future table, and there are
yes.
no cameras and no
Yes.
lights on you.
Mhm. You know, and Taylor, like, with his stack, it's essentially, you know, he makes a call, he's wrong, he's probably not going to cash.
Yeah, no, that's
If
what
he
it
maintains
is.
his stack, there's a chance he's going to finish, you know, 5th place or better.
Absolutely. But that is something that Steven Song knows. And then, of course, that becomes something that Taylor knows as well. That Steven knows that, and they all know it from each other. But in the end, Steven Song continues his magical week over here in Jeju, South Korea. Day 8. The man still can do no wrong.
3 now.
He might actually have an edge on the house right now if he starts playing roulette. That's how good Steven Song is doing over here.
It could be a star though. But it could be anyone.
They're going to shut down the house games if Steven Song sits down at the baccarat table. We have a flop 3 ways. We have ace 10 on the side of Steven Song. 2 hearts. There is 1 heart on the board. James Mendoza has the suited ace 7. Gavin 6-3 from the small blind. How did we end up there?
Yeah, I think he's just curious to see a flop.
See, James Mendoza was going to fire.
And it is a natural 9, you know, in Baccarat too. So, yeah, it goes. Like, you know, Asian guys like to see those natural 8s, natural 9s.
Honestly, cool bet here by James Mendoza, because I have not seen him bet very often in a multi-way pot when he doesn't really have a whole lot going for himself. The other guys are going to be aware of that. They're going to give him a lot of credit. I think James Mendoza playing into his image a little and takes 1 down here. Well played. Saw the backdoors, that's all he needed to see. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, he's like, that's all me.
Nobody's really very short at this final table right now. Daniel Cates is now sitting with 17 bigs, so no rush to get his chips into the middle just yet.
We might actually just make it to the first break with 8 of them still alive. I was excited for this final table, like legit looking forward to it from yesterday. The only thing that I thought was kind of annoying is like, okay, we're going to start the day at 11 with 11 players, so we're going to be very short-handed, and then we're going to lose 2 players, and then we have a 40-minute break. But I knew that as soon as all of that was over, that we were going to see some really good poker with these guys. And then the unique dynamic, because it was a much smaller field, that only the top 5 gets paid. And obviously, there is a lot to fight for here.
Calvin Lee here with a very playable hand under the gun +2 with the king 10 suited, choosing to raise up to 40k.
Got up to a great stack, by the way, Calvin Lee, 830k. I think this is the highest amount of chips he's had so far in this 20k super high roller. Was a river card away from being eliminated earlier in this event. He had a 2-outer. I forgot exactly what it was. He already stood up, like he was
ready
to leave.
to collect his jacket and leave the table.
No, but I'm just wondering, like, why.
Sat back down. That is definitely still the same bullet. The funny thing is, as a poker player, you always forget about that. You're just thinking about like your last 5 hours, like I'm playing good. And then you don't really think about the fact that you're already standing there with the jacket in your hand, ready to wave goodbye. Perhaps make another trip to the cashier. Got up, decided to sit back down. And now working with more chips than he's ever been working with in this event.
Not aces, I guess I fold. Ace jack suited, just got
Jungo's gonna let go of the jack 6. Calvin Lee looks down at a beauty. Queen jack of diamonds. It is very early, but he's got chips to play with. Starting this hand with 44 big blinds.
Now change that here. Not a bad hand, but not looking to tangle with the ace 9 offsuit. And Gavin on the cutoff has ace 7 suited.
The hand that Mendoza just took a pot down with.
Did you ever hear the story of ocean
Probably just a call here. I'm not a very big fan, I think, of 3-betting this.
cranberries?
Taking the risk of being blown off your hand. Now Gavin is kind of short. 19 big blinds, or 18 and a half starting this hand. Seems like he might be thinking about a race. If we wanted to call, we would have just called. I feel like all 3 options are viable here. Call, raise, fold.
Yeah, and if he does put in a 3-bet with his stack size, it does look hella strong too.
Yeah. But he's absolutely praying that he won't fight anything. If we do announce the all-in here, we're obviously hoping that nobody else has anything. And we just take it down pre.
Turns out they got caught.
He's really thinking about it.
Someone ratted them out.
Someone.
The crappy thing about calling is obviously that there are still quite a few players left to act behind you. And if you then do face a race,
It's pretty hard to like.
Yeah, you do have 3 more players behind you.
I don't know because it's not that easy to catch a 25k.
and when we're starting the hand with 19 bigs, we don't casually want to lose to and still be okay with it. So Gavin perhaps leaning a little bit more towards folding or all in.
Trying to sell you. Imagine if I come to you and I'm like, hey, you want to buy my Bitcoin? I know it's
Perhaps does not feel that calling is very appealing here.
Like, what
It's a little sus.
just give me 20.
Tough spots. These are the moments where you need a little bit of run good as well, because if you do announce all in, you're very often gonna take it down pre against hands like Queen Jack that opened, like a beautiful King Queen that opened. But if your opponent did open up with Ace Queen suited or Ace King offsuit, then it's done immediately. And what did we announce? A call. Okay, that is not the one that I expected when we took that long.
Happened to you and Hustler?
Yeah, so stupid.
I think he went through every single viable option,
Yeah.
and it's like, you know what? I'm gonna go with the safer route of just calling.
But he does kind of scare the people that are left behind him,
Yeah.
because very often, very rarely do people take that long to then announce
Just
call.
King 8-6 flop doesn't really help either player, but Calvin Lee is our pre-flop raiser, and if he does continue here, I can see him just winning the pot.
One diamond.
Uncontested.
One diamond on the flop. Not a single club to be seen for Gavin. A little bet here could probably get it done. Calvin Lee does continue to play excellent at this final table. Finds the 40k bet. Now Gavin knows that he has probably confused the entire table about what he's potentially playing with. Is he really willing to make this wild, or are we just gonna let it go? Oh,
Oh, he is not gonna just let it go. He is going with the story of there is a chance he's got a huge overpair that he decided to flat pre-flop because he thought about all the other options. You know, does this slow Calvin down after being caught on that flop by his opponent?
the 6 of spades rolls off. That doesn't really change a whole lot. There shouldn't be too many 6s that Calvin was opening with under the gun +1. There shouldn't be too many 6s that Gavin was calling with. And if I'm Calvin, I completely understand this check, because it does kind of feel like my opponent is just taking me for a ride here and is sitting on an absolute monster.
Something at least, right? Like,
Settle the 35k.
I mean, they might.
And A7 is in the lead. Gavin may not feel that he's in the lead.
Yeah, but still, yeah, I think I probably don't want.
But he's the one who's going to make a very tiny bet.
Should post it on Twitter or something. And
Looks like 55k is what we are currently working with.
especially since Hustler's such a big name now, and like.
60k even. It's not that tiny. And he's going to take it down as Calvin Lee. Let's go up the Queen Jack immediately. Strong hand by Gavin. And I think a lot of it has to do with him really taking his time pre-flop. Even using a time bank chip to then just call.
Oh my god, yeah, that's stupid. So they basically scammed you. Yeah, that's super tilting.
Calvin Lee probably very confused about that one. And eager to watch it back. They're like,
This is 2 years ago.
And then he's going to be pretty surprised.
yeah.
It's not a small amount. Like, if it was like 5k, like whatever. I mean, even then, that's still super annoying.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just pretty much annoyed. Like,
you know, having to lose money with like
for no
something
reason.
for no reason at all. Like, so stupid.
Hey, I found a picture of Calvin Lee when he won the World Series. Doesn't he look so different with the different haircut? That's the same guy, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So I only
Yeah, this is what year? I mean, this is 2016.
No, I mean, look, his face hasn't changed very much, but just with a different hair, he looks like a very different guy.
2016, though, Celine. That's
Yeah,
9
yeah,
years.
that's
I
9
mean,
years ago.
obviously, people change.
Dude, he's in terms of face, he still looks like he's 28. He doesn't look like his age today.
Was he 28 when he won?
He says 28, yeah. That's 9 years ago.
I mean, 28 to 37 is pretty drastic. But you're right. I would not look at that picture and be like, that's Calvin Lee.
No, no.
Queen Jack against Jack 10. As we on an ace 9-5 flop with 2 spades. Chen Yisha is going to fire a very tiny bet. And Django can't really continue as he just doesn't have that many chips. Strong play here by Yisha as he wins a little pot. But he technically did not deserve to win.
Spot there, pocket
Well
tens,
done.
you know. I'll wait for at least an ace. Call once, dude.
I actually put you on kings or
Interesting, by the way, not a single time
Horrible flop.
Chen Yisha got to showdown.
No,
Because he's won
because,
quite a few pots.
because you can kind of feel like she's
yeah, you
more of a tight pre-flop range type of player. So it looks like all the players on the table has given her a lot of credit every time she's bet out. And that actually allows her to just, win pots before showdown very easily.
Now, as soon as the first break comes up, they can obviously take a little look at a couple of these hands that have gone her way.
Sitting a bajillion blinds
And
deep.
seeing this, he's also willing to bet with Jack 10 on an ace 9-5. Stephen Song looks down at 8-7 suited under the gun.
Sometimes.
And it is going to be an open for the man.
People get desperate when they.
He's found his fair share of pocket kings throughout these 8 days.
Oh.
Ooh.
Tanisha here with the ace king holding.
I didn't read till how many split.
2 of the 3 big stacks at this table. Decides to just
Very
call
well.
by the looks of it.
I really want to split.
And the
And
animals.
Gavin now all the way up to half a milli, by the way. That's
Yeah,
way
that
more
one
than he's
too.
been
Is
working
that
with
the
throughout the
one
day.
with
The triple up with the pocket tens was mega.
Oh no.
25,000 big
Kill
round.
Phil. Is that it? The book?
I don't know if that's the animal.
I no, there was like.
I kind of disguises her hand a little bit
Absolutely.
with the ace king there.
It might give
that
Steven
is-
the idea that he's playing some
That is
sort
a
of a middling
strategy.
pocket pair.
Oh, okay,
Kelvin
wow.
Lee!
Another ace king in the mix here from the big blind, Calvin Lee with 760k.
But these are the 2 biggest stacks of the table that have opened
I mean,
from early
One way of doing
positions.
it.
That does
I
work
guess.
to a certain. Obviously not.
Very
shoving,
curious
but it
to
does
see
work to a
what
certain
Kelvin
extent,
Lee
just,
will
like,
do here.
Going absolutely crazy, right? Like putting in like 5.
So do you like his haircut of 2016 more than his current haircut?
See, this thing is with this haircut, it's very Korean.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he could be part of any Korean boy band and he fit right in. And the one that he had earlier actually is not really very much of a Korean haircut.
And then like the mouse. And,
So he just decided to just open ship pre,
wasn't
and that
all-
gets Steven Song out of the way very quickly. And now it's up to Chen Yisha to
Like the
decide
mouse
whether or
is
not to make
tight.
this call.
He's
That is a
like-
really tough call for her as well.
He's
because
obviously
Kelvin
the
Lee is one of
top
the biggest
100
stacks on the
player.
stage
I
with
don't know.
780k.
I don't know if he does.
Yeah, you can never go really wrong with just shipping it in there, and especially with the fact that
Because your image is just instead of
Yes,
that.
he's
oh,
gonna
then
make
she
the
does. She
call.
makes a call, you
No, no,
know,
that's
not
with
bad.
other small stacks at the table.
Honestly, still pretty gangster. Like, yeah, I know it's ace king, but if somebody jams 780k, that's like 75% of her stack too. That's really not an easy call to make.
Yeah, I mean, like, even with queens there, yes, you're probably going to go with it, but you're not going to be happy, right? You're not just like jumping up and down thinking you're way ahead of your opponent because your opponent having ace king.
Any sweats?
You know, we have.
Ooh.
Oh, it's
Actually,
actually,
the
all black, isn't it?
The ace of clubs is free rolling. That would be disgusting, by the way.
No, chop it up. You know, sigh of relief from both players that ace king does not win over ace king.
I would not wish that upon my worst enemy. When you go in with ace king suited,
No, he's got his
and you
ears.
get called by ace king offsuit, and it's ace king offsuit that has you covered and makes the flush and knocks you out. Would be close.
I got a berating from him. It
So
was
they
one of
basically,
the
in the end, just kind of chop up
Really?
the small blind
It was
and
literally
the
the most
opening.
standard game
Oh,
ever. I three with the small
Fancy.
on fold four jams with queens, and I had aces.
He's
These guys three bet every hand. He never had it. Somehow he has this time.
Well, he didn't really berate you then.
Well, yeah, he was just like yelling and like made a scene about it. And the funny part is, I literally sat there and told him for like 2 hours. Time he was there, and he's like, "These guys always three bet. They never have it."
Nice call by Chanisha, showing us that she's not afraid. And she's
not
not
afraid at all,
not here to
yeah.
make that min cash.
I mean, you're putting 2 big blinds, and then you're putting, you know,
Like 40.
40, and you're just like, okay, let's go. Because we saw that if she had lost that pot, she was down to 358,000.
Yeah, and she'd be the shortest.
Exactly, and she picks up ace king here.
That's crazy.
Again, under the gun, back-to-back ace kings.
Price.
You know, and the players on the table also go realize that she also just flatted a raise with ace king as well.
Yep.
So that's some info there as well.
But I think it has a lot to do with that being Steven's song who opened under the gun, because he's of course the chip leader. Oh.
Taylor Black here with the ace queen. But you know, he's a man who doesn't really go crazy pre-flop. Just
Oh.
opts to call, keep the pot small.
Kelvin Lido, he might be willing to get a little adventurous with the ace-8 of clubs. It is a suited ace. He's like, hey, you guys just saw me jam with ace-king, right? So if I do it again... oh no, he's gonna let
Sends
go.
it into the
He had, like,
mark,
the jack or
and
like-
Stevenson folds his 4-3 as well.
Like something
Good
crazy.
fold there with
like
the suited ace-8.
jack.
No, Taylor Black
He has the
here
mouse,
does
the
not want to see an
bear.
ace.
The elephant.
This is not a bad
The
board.
elephant's like the beginner, right?
The elephant can, elephant's
terms
the
of-
least passive card.
Yeah, that's the
I don't know, I see change see betting.
The mouse,
Nine
which is
bit.
the tight,
2-1.
and when they put money in the middle, they got it.
Yeah, so this is a good content video. The new, the
Yeah,
updated
that's a
Pokemon.
40k.
Taylor's gonna come
The
around
walrus.
for double card.
The walrus is very loose.
Probably thinking my ace might be good.
They-
Little does he
The-
know is that
the
he is
jack
drawn
thing.
incredibly slim. He's even just lost one of his outs. So there are now 3 hearts on the board.
I think that's like the
It's actually a really good
loose
moment for
player.
Chenyusha to just take it down as he picks up the not flush draw.
Exactly, and
Yeah, they
with
can run
that
up a
card
stack if
in
they're
her
running good,
hand,
but
she
they
can
could lose
barrel
this
once
like
again.
Can make it big. Can make it 80, 100, 120. There's not a whole lot that Taylor could do there.
I think he had the eagle.
Yeah, he
That
had, the,
was-
he had the eagle, but there's the falcon.
Oh.
Falcons.
He had
I think
a
she's gonna
lion.
go
He had the
33%.
lion was like the
80k.
good
80K?
solid pro or something. I think.
Oh, she's gone for a check. I don't know if
was
she
like
knows that she has an
normally-
ace of
I think
hearts
my
in her hand.
parents got me
Sometimes, you know,
Super
you see
System, but
2
I
cards, and if
was,
they're
like,
not
read a
suited,
little
you're
bit
just
of
like,
it,
okay, whatever,
At that
right?
point, like training videos were more of a thing.
But yeah,
I remember.
either way,
I
now
remember
Taylor
Blueprint,
Black
or
can
Blue
choose to
something.
bet.
I saw one of your videos.
but most likely Chenyusha will call that turn.
Probably. You
No
The
help
river.
on the
call
river
down with
for
king
either
high.
player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Taylor might think quite often that he's good here. Because there's obviously some openings that he does beat, like a king-queen
Just
suited he
calling
could beat,
suit.
a queen-jack suited he could beat.
Yeah.
King jack.
It just makes like rain. Plays, it just
Yeah, I mean, I can
slashes
see
around.
Chenyusha, if she goes for a check
Weird
again,
ass shit.
Taylor probably will check behind
Yeah.
and she'll
The
just
weird-
win that big
they'll
pot.
just have
'Cause he did that
stupid
earlier as
explanations
well.
for why
Oh no,
they-
she's going for a bet.
Funny, because he probably thinks he's a bit of a bluff, but it's not.
Hey, so you remember
It's
your queen
actually
high? I guess
best.
you've probably gotten people asking
Wow.
about that. a bunch.
340?
Yeah.
Oh wow, okay.
I mean, he grabbed a whole pile, so.
God,
He just
yeah,
went
well,
for it
you
there
wouldn't
with the
look like
ace
that, you
king.
wouldn't really do anything
Cool
wrong
move,
with it.
wasn't necessary, but still a very cool move. Once
Get a
again,
footage right
showing
back,
us
that's the
that
problem.
C is not
Once
afraid.
you start fighting in the
He
streets,
absolutely is
you're
not
gonna get
afraid.
stabbed.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We're gonna get a Neil
There's
deck.
a fine line between genius and stupidity, you know,
Yeah.
especially in poker.
Have you ever, when you were playing in a casino, requested a deck change?
No. I mean, I've seen
Eevee and
cards on the
being good
table
at
be
heads up
marked,
Yeah.
and then players would be like, look at this, look at that. I never like go that closely to like check the card, you know.
Now,
But-
but like that, I still find
That's about it,
understandable. But do you know, like when I used to play in commerce a lot
Yeah,
in
yeah,
LA,
yeah, it happens a
such
lot.
a whiny crybaby casino. No, it's literally just like they lose a
Yeah,
hand,
yeah,
and they're like, Deck change, deck change. Like every time they lose, because it's the deck's fault or it's
Right,
the dealer's
right.
fault.
They're looking for anybody to blame but
Yeah.
themselves, right?
I find that so stupid. And then you slow the action down as well for like 2-3 minutes because someone has to come over, bring a new deck of cards. They have to show. It's so
So
annoying.
they actually have to give you a deck change if you request one.
Well, I don't know if they have to do it, but
Yeah.
most of the time this kind of apply because it's not a big deal to casinos, right?
Right,
They've got
right.
millions of sets of that. But
Yeah,
it's
you even have
I hated it so much. Like someone loses ace king against
Yeah.
tens and like deck change. It's like, are you kidding me? Like,
Yeah,
what are we
yeah.
doing over here? Like if cards are marked, of course I understand
Yeah.
it. I had it the last time I played a very tiny, it's like 150, 200 bucks event in Holland Casino. I'm sitting at a table, and I had one other friend on the table as well that I knew from gaming, and then a bunch of strangers. It was a very nice table. Basically, within 5 hands of play, one of the floor managers came over and said, like, hey guys, kneel deck, because this card is marked. And then apparently 10 minutes later, he's like, again, one of the cards is
Yeah.
marked. So I don't know who's doing it. I don't know if it's on purpose, but
Yeah.
please keep an eye on it.
No, you
And
just
it
killed,
created
yeah,
a
yeah.
very awkward
It
dynamic
is.
at the
It is
table.
because you just try to. Everybody's a suspect, right?
Yeah. I was like, it wasn't me. Like, I haven't done anything. But after that, it didn't happen anymore. But that was a very unique experience. Like, twice within 10, 15 minutes, one of the tournament directors came over. He's got a few big hands here. Taylor looks down at ace 10 offsuit under the gun. He has opened things up. James Mendoza looks down at the suited king 10.
That's all you.
That's all me. He's a walrus player. Another one would be the narwhal.
Opted to go for a call, I believe.
This
Pretty
narwhal
similar
has very
animals.
unique style. That, like,
3-bet.
Dom can be the
Raised it up to
narwhal.
125k.
Oh my God, kings again. Really, Stevenson? When you have an opponent in the hand, right, with a king as well, you know, to find pocket kings.
And of course it is open 3-bet and it's Steven Song with kings again. You can't make it up. The man has, and we cannot say this often enough, he has truly played exceptional poker this week. We've all been impressed by it, we've all been stunned by it, but the amount of times that he has picked up kings in great moments and he got value out of them, simply too damn high. There's no other way around it.
And it's always faced with a lot of action too,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, every time. Just really, really
And
great
actually, there's a fair comparison
times
because,
to pick up these
like, the line
these
needs a bit
hands and
more,
take down, you know, big pots.
like a live throw needs a
Steven
bit
Song
more
and
savvy,
Kings.
like what's
That is a
going on.
duo that I'll remember for a very, very long time.
Just gotta keep alive, whereas sharks, they tend to be
What a
bit
week
more
it's been.
robotic.
Final table of the circuit event with over 500 runners.
Until time.
The winner, of course, of the 15k high roller main event that we wrapped up a couple days ago. 191 entrants in that one. The song won it
We're all
all.
really fast.
And now another final table. This one a smaller field, the super high roller, 20k buy-in. And obviously the weekend is over. I feel like a lot of people were here for the beginning of the series.
Yeah.
A few of them have gone home. Maybe they'll come back. Hopefully tomorrow we have later tonight as well. We have the
How much time do you put
25k,
in your like
and of
YouTube
course we're
videos,
gonna wrap
so?
up the series with the
Depends on
50k
some
short deck.
it
You have an
really
editor,
depends
I'm
I
on
assume?
incredibly excited for. I really hope that they can run it and they have a good time.
killer whales.
Sure,
Killer
that is
whales,
just
you get
wild.
in there.
Yulei being pretty quiet this final table. Under the gun finds king, queen suited. Gonna go for a raise of 50k.
But he's still been a very enjoyable player to
like
me.
animals
I've actually
too.
really enjoyed watching you, because it's not like he's overly tight. He
Yeah.
folds everything. He gets involved, and he has made some plays as well. Some of them have backfired, but I think he's been an enjoyable guy to watch. Oh, let's go with the Jack 9 of diamonds in the small blind. Perhaps an excellent choice. Kevin looks down at King Jack, outpipped by 1.
Probably gonna come along and see a flop with the king jack here.
These are the flops where you don't know it, but you think you're looking for a king, but you really don't want to see a king. Unless it's somehow king, jack, whatever. These are the boards where you really need some luck, because this is where the gnarly setups could happen that you just
Yeah.
almost can't get away from. This is not quite one of them. Under the gun razor will bet 35k. Obviously not loving that board. Ace deuce 6 with 2 diamonds. That is about as ugly as it gets for king queen of clubs. But a little bet might get it done. Oh, Gavin.
not gonna give it up so easily. He's gonna look at his chips, thinking about his options.
I mean, it feels crazy. Like maybe he's looking at the bet, he's like, that's really small, but it also feels like one of these hands where if you do end up going broke, it's so stupid,
It is,
right?
yeah.
And you're just like, what am I doing?
That's like a crazy player, maybe.
Yeah.
Good job by you later, as he chips up to
Like, I guess, like, an
570k.
eagle qualifies because an eagle
And we're still with 8.
can dominate the air, but also the sea, and then also
What about a
Black
human?
probably still
No.
thinking about that hand with ace king. Ends up with top 2.
Like
Yeah,
the eagle
he-
can dominate wherever,
Those are the hands you don't just shake off.
but can't really dominate in the deep sea because
He's gonna look back and he's gonna be able to check on the stream exactly what Steven Son blew him off his hand with and be very disappointed. Sometimes it's better not knowing.
Absolutely, especially if you're still in. Like, if it's over, then it's fine. You
You're
know, you
correct,
can
yeah.
know, and it might bother you for a little bit, but you can shake it off and you can move on with your day. But when you're still playing, I do agree. Sometimes it is better to not know.
Oh, the structure's almost like too good.
Overall, I think it's just been a bit of a frustrating run of events for Taylor, who was
Oh,
absolutely flying in this event. Was at 1.1, 1.2 million chips incredibly early on. And basically had more chips than the rest of the table for a little while in the early stages.
And did he just go for a flip with someone? Is
No,
that-
it's just like a never-ending downswing.
Yeah.
But it looks a bit
Yeah.
like 100k here, 150k there, and then a bunch of little ones. I can't recall. Maybe on the outer table, right? He had a big hand when he was at 1 million, and that's why he dropped to
Got you,
600k.
yeah.
But on the future table, he really hasn't lost one monstrous spot. It's just a bunch of tiny ones.
Steven opened on the cutoff with the 10-9, and Chaisha on the button has decided to come along, and she has him crushed pre-flop.
there you go, like raccoon
With the
players.
suited queen here for Yule, working with a little over 500,000 chips. We'll also
no, if
gladly
you can-
take a
if you
flop. A
can,
bunch of diamonds would
do
get
it.
things really
kind of cool.
spicy up in
Cool
here.
like animal, right?
The raccoon player is just like a live player.
Struggling a little bit.
4-4-3 flop.
Yeah.
Just kind of waits
That was
scrub.
not as smooth as the dealer had in mind. I feel like we've had her quite a few times. I think she's really good.
Yeah, so here, Stevenson has gone with a bet.
This might just be one of these boards where the first bet is... Oh. First bet might just be good enough. Yule is going to let it go as well. And the rich get richer as Steven's song is now closing in at the 2 million chip mark. 1 or 2 hands away. We're probably getting close to our first break. These guys have been playing for a little while. I think we've got 50-minute levels too over here at the 20k super high roller. Happy to see that we've only lost one player. The top 5 gets
How to,
paid.
like, make money.
You
like,
get
from
eliminated in 8th,
100K
7th, or
to,
6th.
like,
You get
10K
nothing.
to
You make it to the 5th
That's pretty
place.
good.
And you just walk
I
away
agree.
with 60,000.
Like,
3
you
times
said,
the
like,
buy-in.
mostly the cash route, or like maybe online
60,000 American dollars, of course. Lots of dollars out there. I heard the Australian one
We
is
did the
struggling.
math with
How bad
I
is
knew
it?
the gay guy that was why I had him on podcast. I
Well-
forget his name, but he figured out that
Because when you live in Australia and you're not committed to go to a different country to spend the money, you don't really feel it.
No.
You know what I mean? Because in terms of like
1K
goods and everything,
tournaments?
Australia is still very
Online, you're
reasonable.
saying?
We've never really
Oh,
had
wow. Well,
crazy
rates are
inflation to a point where, you know,
that's a big reason. and
anybody really feels it. People do talk about
I mean, if
the
you
living
go
cost
out in the
crisis,
woodworks, I might
but
be biased,
Price.
'cause I kinda pay myself, but I
it's
think
not
you
really
can-
bothered. Randy and I, we
probably
live quite a simple
expenses
life. I
certain
mean,
places
like,
here.
I love to
Yeah,
cook,
you
so
can
I
eat
cook
it.
us like
Yeah, you
pretty
have
much
to
3
be
meals a
smart.
day.
That's the thing. You gotta, like,
And
also have
you
to
know,
be
in terms
like
of hobby, it's pickleball,
pretty
right? And you know,
That's
yes,
pretty
you
cheap.
yeah,
Like
exactly.
circuit
You buy a
rates
paddle
nowadays.
here and there, you buy a couple of outfits or whatever. You know,
Okay, how many rackets have you bought in this time?
only two.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I actually did not realize that the surface of the racket actually gets worn down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
I actually
many,
did not know that was
really-
going to happen. But yeah, I've played enough that that's been the case. We see Chaisha here, even though she's
I could be
flopped
after this.
2 pairs on this board, she has decided to check back and maybe, you know, maybe see if she can get value on a different
You
street.
got heads up.
She has switched it up so much. There's a lot of variety in her play, which I do think makes it incredibly difficult for the rest of this table to have a proper read on her. Even when it comes to similar holdings pre-flops, he's switching it up non-stop. Honestly, he has played pretty gangster poker so far in these first 100 minutes of this final table. Not afraid to take a stance, not afraid to take shots, calling off with that ace-king for 50 bigs.
Like,
It's,
you can't travel and play a bunch of
I'm very, very impressed by her. She's played amazing.
You're wasting time. But if you just go
Yeah.
At least equal to most of these men at this table. If not, maybe even better.
Yeah, and she's one of the players that have chipped up, you know, on this table with not much of a showdown. Yeah, just, you know, got a lot of respect from the other players. And that's really good for, you know, I mean, because we have a stream going, they're going to be able to see some of her holdings. But, you know, without that kind of information, you know, she's getting a lot of respect.
Yeah, he's a little more pessimistic.
And it's also
on
good to be in
live.
position
He's
of
also
students.
run.
Yeah, that helps a lot.
Yeah, that actually
pretty good
sometimes
player, he just
changes
runs
whether or
worse
not you're going to go
than
far in tournament or not, right? Say, for example, Calvin Lee in this spot. Like, he has a lot more pressure entering into pots with Stevenson behind
Yeah,
him.
it's all been like that, right? Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
We look down at the King 3 offsuit here
He's
for
ran,
Chen Yusha.
like I've played with him a decent
One
amount.
lady
He's
that has
always
made it into the final table.
pretty
That is
poor.
rightfully so, receiving a lot of compliments.
That's
Action gets folded to Yule as he's on the button with King 9 of hearts. That should be an open.
I mean, like, you could
Got
look
Taylor
at
in the
all
small
in
blind.
key
I
moments,
believe
like-
James
yeah, no, that's what
Mendoza
I'm
in the
saying.
big
Like,
blind.
I've seen him be in big spots and then just like, I mean, I was
Just open
I
ships
was
it,
one
by the
of
way, the
people who
King
fucked with
9,
a really
but
big spot,
he's gonna get it
so,
through.
like 3 left.
This man is also not afraid. 20 bigs, King 9 of hearts on the button. Obviously, the next 2 players that will get eliminated won't get anything. Next 3 even.
No, live tournaments is tough, but they spend
It's
some
honestly
time
going to
there.
be
You
hard.
need
And
to, like,
Steven
mix
Song
it
is
up,
loving
right?
this, right?
I mean, tournaments in
If it's
general
up to
just,
him, it stays like this
win,
forever,
just,
where
like,
there's a bunch of
Yeah.
guys that are going to try to outlast each other a
Yeah,
little
that's
bit.
why I
Sure,
think
this
it's,
is a
like,
dream scenario
probably
for
somewhat
Stevenson here. You
beautiful,
know,
I
they're
think,
guys who's
but
very aware of where they stand.
the rake's pretty high, so you have
And
to
you
be
know whether
clear.
they're
Like,
fourth,
I think
fifth
it's
in chips
700
and so
second
forth,
innings,
and that's going to make them play a little bit tighter.
13% rake or something. 25.
I think if Calvin Lee wins his event, he will bring back the 2016 haircut.
You know what?
I mean, they would
if he
never.
looks
I mean, they probably
at his
could
photos
figure it out,
now
but
as to,
then-
compared to before, I think he
I think the issue is
he
like,
would probably go with this
people
hair.
in the past
I think
don't
it does
tip,
make it look
and then
better
that's
than
why
the
they have to,
previous
like,
hair he had. It just suits him a little
take
bit
out
better.
tip for the
Yeah,
dealers
that's
to
fine.
make sure.
But that could be
That's
because
all
of the
part
age as well,
and
right?
then
That in
obviously
the
if
20s,
rubber
it's okay to have a bit of a crazy wild youngster
Is there a way
haircut.
to-
and
Yeah.
then me entering
So,
the mid-30s.
What would he be approaching? He'd be approaching almost 40.
Yeah,
No, he doesn't look it, right?
No.
No.
absolutely.
Do
not.
it that way, sure.
But that goes for a lot of
Yeah, yeah.
these
But like,
guys.
why fix
I
what's
think
not
he's like
broken?
almost 8 years or 9 years older than Steven
No
Song.
one's winning.
Because I think Steven said
some
he
people are
watched
winning,
Joe
but a lot of
Hashem
people are
win the
losing,
main
yeah.
event when he was 10. And Joe Hashem.
Aussie, oi,
Yeah,
oi, oi.
and
The
Joe
way
Hashem won
the
in
tournament
2005.
ecosystem survives
2 years
is, like,
after
So
Chris
that
Moneymaker.
biggest winners
yeah, so that would put
will just put their
Steven
money
Song
back
exactly
with
30.
investing or backing
Was it
into,
who
like,
won 1
bringing
year
losing
after
players
Moneymaker?
on.
Was that Chang?
Those
Or
guys
was that much later?
stay in action. And just
Johnny
keep
Chan?
No, not Johnny Chang. No, that was a bit deeper into
Biggest winners.
2000. There was a Chinese, or at least an Asian
biggest
player.
winners backing
Is it?
people.
Yeah, okay, now I look it up.
Yeah, no.
I'm not
don't-
just
I
throwing
don't-
out the first
Yeah,
Asian
yeah,
name I
yeah.
can think of, I promise.
I'm trying to think. I don't know if I can think of one. Oh, Chaisha here with the pocket queens.
that'd
And
be great.
she's hit a set of queens on this board, but Daniel
Trying to fix things.
Cates does only have a7 here, but she is going to disguise her set of queens by checking that flop.
Now there's different routes to success. If you start doing it
And Daniel Cates isn't going to fall for it. He's pretty much given up on the hand eye king magic here. Checks once again on the turn. I mean, with draws out.
We should have
No.
known this actually.
Is it?
We should have known the winner after Chris Moneymaker. The fossil man, Greg Raymer. With the
Oh,
glasses.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yes, those glasses became like everybody was buying them,
Yeah.
right? Like there was stands being set up, and people were going crazy over those glasses.
And after Joe, it was Jamie, and this is the one I meant, Jerry Yang.
Oh,
2007.
Jerry Yan. Okay, Yan. Okay. Yeah, no. I think I remember, like, if I was to think back, obviously I remember Joe Hashem because he's a fellow Aussie. I think I remember Jamie Gold.
Yeah, 2006.
right? Yeah. So that. I mean, I don't know.
That
Really,
one
yeah,
also really helped. I think poker. As we have a big bet here, perhaps on the river. I think Dennis is gonna let it go. I think the whole Jamie Gold run was very spectacular, and it was televised so well. All those crazy hands where
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
just
yeah.
talking and he's telling everyone like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, you got me, yeah, that's exactly what it is," and they couldn't quite figure it out. Like, obviously, Moneymaker had the biggest impact, but I think the Jamie Gold win,
Yes,
'cause
yes.
that was such a large field as
It
well,
was.
right?
It was really. It was the biggest field like ever. I think
Yeah.
at the time.
Yeah, for like 20 years straight,
Yeah,
it was the
yeah.
biggest
It
field.
was the biggest
Do show
field.
up now. They have to like get
That
more
one was
staff
very
to, like,
spectacular.
Yeah, and there was what Martin Jacobson.
floor
Was it
or
Martin
dealers,
Jacobson?
Yep.
right?
Yeah, at
Like,
some point.
expenses go
East
up too.
Cake,
It
Joe
just doesn't really make
Carter,
sense for operators to
But I wouldn't.
ever change.
And Martin was quite a bit later.
That's a
early
valid point.
2010s.
Yeah, I might help.
Well, the last few years, I would only really remember
Maybe you still need
Espen.
dealers.
He's the reigning
Yeah, we
champ.
always need someone to
Oh, is he?
Last year,
Yeah,
sorry.
okay.
Because he's one of the friends of Henry Gilbert, and he used to always go to the Unibet events as well.
Oh.
And super nice guy, very
Yeah,
smart,
yeah.
and good friends with Patrick Leonard too. So like those guys, to see one of them win
Yeah,
the
yeah,
main
yeah,
event,
yeah. That's pretty
It
cool.
was very crazy.
Yeah. Gavin here with ace 2 of clubs is looking to maybe raise it up. And he indeed makes it 50k. Gets a quick fold from Yulei with the ace 9 and then Dilla button. James Mendoza here with the queen 10.
Espen, your stuff. I would have known.
And everybody lets it go. Gavin takes down pre-flop.
Do you know if there's any wages I can place on the main event champ of 2025? Because I'm picking Steven Sung. If anybody wants to give me 1,000 to 1, I'm picking Steven.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to be there, isn't
Yeah,
he?
of course.
There's not much chance that he's not going to be part of the World Series. He actually stayed in America and just played all the circuit events for the longest time before he started venturing out. And then when he ventured out, he was like, man, I can win the other tournaments too, you know?
It's like I don't have to be in the States.
Yeah, yeah.
There's
I
so
think-
much poker
I
everywhere.
think he's got like,
Yeah,
I think it,
forget which side
from
it was.
counting, it was like 5
$1
WSOP circuit rings.
Zero for second.
And then he obviously won a bracelet,
One EPT Barcelona.
EPT Barcelona, and then he also won a WPT Prime.
Isn't that how the
I'm not
Tournament
familiar
Champions
with
was for? a
Yeah,
little
okay, so it was like a 1K event, I think.
I don't remember.
And then the
one
first prize was
where-
750k.
Way back in the day.
Monstrous field.
Exactly. So yeah, he took down one of those, and no, I mean just going through his list of results, it's very impressive.
My guy for 2025 main event. It's legit impressive that we're still with 8 here, as the blinds have gone up a little while ago. We're playing 10k, 25k at this point. James Mendoza doing a really good job in hanging around that 1 million chip mark. Daniel Cates obviously was almost dead a while ago. Kelvin Lee looks down at the ladies. Stood up there for a little bit.
Three big ones spawned.
Taking a look at James Mendoza's stack. James has a little bit more.
Far the wrong way.
Should be an easy 3-bet.
$180.
Announced, I think a raise. Maybe to like 210. Would be very large, but 3-bet to 180. Steven Sung will get out of the way with his ugly jack. I think James Mendoza is also gonna let go of his queen jack. Running off 130,000 chips with queen jack offsuit. Bit too much. Mendoza is thinking. He has made very few crazy moves. He might just be leveling himself into the idea that Kelvin is making a play on him. And that is absolutely not the case. He's gonna let go.
No, very
He's not
solid.
Been, he's not
Yeah.
been out of line.
No,
He
not
doesn't
at
do
all.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
And that is a good way to stay out of trouble. And once more, guarantee yourself a deep run. The runner-up of the 15k. It's still crazy to me that the two guys that finished first and second
Are
at the
still in the
15k
tournament,
main
you know.
event are still here.
Yeah, and both with big
Good
stacks.
stacks, yeah.
Yeah.
first and third or first and fourth right now in chips. Kudos to Gavin too, who came in with very few big blinds into this table. Was proper short, but ever since he found that triple up with the tens, he's been doing his thing. He looks down at ace 5 of diamonds. So Gavin is the player that we've seen almost like the least of this entire table over the last few days.
Yeah.
Even in the run up to this final table, where the field was small, didn't really get to see a whole lot of Gavin.
No, we didn't. Oh, that under the gun raise did get you later fold his sixes. Don't blame
Uh-oh.
him, but Daniel Cates here finds his
I'm
pocket
sorry.
jacks. And with his stack size, the chips are going to the middle.
Steven is going to let go immediately of his queen 10 pocket nines for Jisha. That's actually a real hand too.
Yeah, it is. She probably will have to call Daniel Cates' raise here.
But then she has to worry about Gavin behind her. And if she just calls and Gavin comes over the top, then she has to fold. So it's better indeed to just be the aggressor. And she announces all in, again showing us that she is absolutely not intimidated by any of these guys. But that is fantastic news for Daniel Cates. And this is going to be rough for Chen Yusha, unless he finds a 9. Doesn't mean that Daniel is fighting over some extra chips now because of the opening that Gavin went for with the ace 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, it could be close to almost triple up for him, right? At 2.5x. He's starting stack on this hand, and King 5 flop here. Daniel's still leading, and that's it. He will win a sizable pot, and that brings his stack up to over 10 bigs now, and he's sitting on 15.
Yeah, I lost a bunch of chips with that ace 7, right, while we were going over some of the winners of the main event, but that's where Daniel lost a few chips, but now he's kind of back again.
Yeah, and that actually puts Taylor Black as the shortest stacker on the table with 12
Really?
bigs now. That's right. After, he kind of lost a few pots post-flop, he is the player risk at this final table with the shortest stack.
Never.
Yeah, that's not something I would have predicted yesterday because the man was looking incredibly good, was sitting on all the chips. It was a night and day difference because we did get to see a little bit of Taylor during the 15k high roller. But there he was always nursing that short stack, and yesterday it was so different. Finally, he was able to beat a bully. I think he was at 1.4 million at one point,
Oh, is
which
that
would still
right?
give him a monster stack
Yeah,
even
this
right
table.
now.
I'm just curious what actually happened at the other table that brought him down to, 500,000 chips.
At one point, I think he left the future table at 1 million, and then today he entered with like 600 something. So it didn't have to be anything too drastic, right?
Yeah,
It's just
could just be a flip here and there or whatever,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
or a little 3-bet having to fold, or a few times you call 1 or 2 streets somewhat light and you're on the wrong end. But it's very frustrating because it will feel mentally like it's the never-ending downswing. And
Yeah, for sure. I've been chip leader in tournaments and where just keep getting into flips with shorter stacks of 10 big blinds, and before you know it,
you're the short
exactly.
stack.
I've lost a bunch just flipping bad. It is pretty important that you have the flip gods on your side when it comes to a tournament. I remember Johnny Chan said that he won a tournament where he won 25 flips in a row. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, that is. I mean, winning 2 in a row is amazing. And Steven Song is wondering, what is this flipping thing that you guys talk about? I get it in 82% every time.
Is that
I
good?
just hope that I don't receive bad beats and it's all good. We don't know what he's playing. What we do know is that Steven Song has decided to call the opening of James Mendoza. Chen Yushan, let's go over 6-4 offsuit. We've got 10-9 offsuit in the big line for Gavin. 25k to play for 185. I'd be very tempted here. I know every big blind matters, every chip matters, but I think I'm just a little too tempted here to see 3 cards, and apparently Gavin feels the same way. King Queen 5. We know that Mendoza flops nothing. 10-9 flops nothing.
My card's not show?
Steven, top set? No. Apparently opened the 10-9 suited. That's also one of his absolute favorite hands to either come along with
It
or
is.
open.
Yeah, we've seen that numerous times, haven't
Yeah.
we?
Be very gangster if Gavin can find a way to win this hand. Mendoza, he was the original raiser. Looks at his board and says, you know what, that's all me. It's absolutely not, but with the ace-8, it's going to be very hard for both Steven and Gavin to stick around here.
Should have had the 4.
Ready?
Almost feels like the only play. I guess you could call and try to steal it away at the latest street, but it's so hard because this could be a massive punt if you're Gavin. All the kings and all the queens are absolutely part of the opening range here of James Mendoza in the early position.
Yeah, and you really only think that you have the jack as your out most of the time, right?
Yeah.
No, you don't really go and think, oh, your 10, your 9 here is a possible out. Even though we do see that is the case. Gavin is thinking hard about this.
Which surprises me. Maybe he's just a non-believer. Perhaps he has picked up on something where he's like, I don't think that James is loving this all that much. He does let it go in the end. James Mendoza takes down a little three-way pot with a tiny bet. And once more puts him across that 1 million chip mark. 1.7 million for Steven Song, 1.2 for Aisha, who did just lose obviously a decent pot with her pocket nines against the pocket jacks
PLO?
of a Jungle Man. But she's still sitting very pretty and comfortably in second place.
You're really
Hila
into
Black
this
are
animal
short of
stuff,
stack.
Yeah.
That would not have been my prediction
That's
entering
true,
even just
okay,
this
yeah,
table
that's good.
today. Just seeing at the chip stacks that everybody was working with.
Montenegro's
Yeah.
PLO, I guess.
Now we did lose Beristo Isvan a little while ago.
But they've been made
As
the
his
main
king
there.
queen was not best against the
They got
pocket
a lot.
tens
You
of
can
Gavin.
make the main there.
Huh?
You can make it to the main. The 100K.
Was it Taylor Black in that hand as well, or was it
you don't
James
even know where you're
Mendoza?
going, or?
I
It was
promised to
king
go.
queen and then was it ace
Promised to
queen, right?
support.
Ace queen from one of those two guys. And
Yeah, it
pocket
was
tens.
Taylor Black.
Well, you don't have to do anything you don't want.
Yeah, you do.
Well, I guess you
One, two,
promised.
three. Maybe that's how also he lost a
Well,
couple
I
chips
agree
in that
with
hand.
not doing anything.
Was ace queen suited?
Well,
Depends on
to
how
a
you
certain
I actually
extent,
thought it was
yeah.
James Mendoza.
Was it James
You don't have
Mendoza?
to do
It doesn't.
anything right.
We remember the hands. That's all that matters. Players are getting up. There's a good chance that we've got a break coming soon, right? Because they've been playing for a serious amount of time at this point. We're 20 minutes past 4.
We're going to break at 4:41.
So 16
So-
minutes?
Yeah, about 16 minutes. I think they're just having a stretch. I think everybody's feeling, the weight of this final table, and it has taken a very long time to lose any players.
Final table is always stressful, but if only the top 5 gets paid, they become a whole lot more stressful. We've got an opening here by Steven Song from the cutoff, the 10-5 of diamonds. That's definitely on the wider side of things. Flop comes ace 10-5 with 1 diamond. I thought it was 2 diamonds for a bit. So I got excited because both players are holding diamonds. Oh, little bet takes it down immediately. Makes middle pair. 1.8 mil. I do feel that poker players and yawning is pretty iconic too. A lot of these guys are proper action junkies and probably always want to have a lot to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they're just playing one table and
Yeah,
the pacing
yeah,
is a bit
yeah.
slow.
And they're not playing like the 7 deuce game. They're not betting on the colors of the flops.
Yeah, this is just all very serious. No side bets, nothing. Man, perhaps for a couple of them, in a weird way, it feels early. If they're absolute warriors of the night,
Yeah.
you go to bed at 4 or 5 a.m. You wake up at noon or 1. And the 3, 4 p.m. feels like it's still early. James Mendoza looks down at Jack 10 offsuit. He's gonna let go. Jungle Man Ace Jack offsuit under the gun. Apparently went for a very quick min raise to 50k.
I feel like Stevenson's always observing his opponents. You know, even though, yeah, he's looking around, but his eyes are looking at his opponents while they're thinking. I think just the sheer amount of time he has spent at live tournaments, you know, I think he's probably pretty good at picking up tells as well. You know, he's trying to figure out if there's any information he could get and that could be used in his favor. You know, for example, heads up and so forth. And it's very important.
Early on, already investing in potential future scenarios.
Exactly, yeah. And I actually haven't seen that from too many players, you know. I actually see it the most from Steven. Just staring his
You got to
opponent
get to
down
the
when,
40k big blinds for
thinking.
things to start moving. The 30 to 40 jump's pretty big.
It's a cool set of players, these 8. A couple of characters and very different personalities, different backgrounds.
Yeah.
The Queen Jack here. We just went for a steal with the Ace Jack. Back-to-back early position raises here for Daniel Cates, aka Jungleman. Kelvin Lee looks down at Ace Queen of Diamonds. He's probably asking how much Jungleman is playing. The last thing you want to see when you open under the gun with the bottom of your range, you know, the Queen Jack, is the first guy next to you. How much are you playing? And it's like, oh God, get out of here. Obviously, a tough spot for Calvin Lee as well, as there are a lot of players left to act behind him. Expecting a raise here. Because I kind of think if we're calling, we do really open the door for a lot of people to get fancy behind us. Calvin Lee has decided to just call with the Ace Queen under the gun +1.
Just take your time.
Chen Yishao looks down at 10-7 of diamonds in the hijack. He's gonna let go. Gavin wakes up with kings. This could be a very, very big hand at this point, Selena. Because I don't think Calvin Lee is going anywhere with Ace Queen of Diamonds. And Gavin, for a split second, by the way, I thought it was Steven's song. And I was only looking at the kings. I was like, no, not again. Well, that is a slam dunk all in if I've ever seen one. Starting the hand with 340k. I mean, could decide to 3-bet, but when we're 3-betting off 14 big blinds with 2 people in front of us from early positions, it's I think it kind of already tells them everything they need to know.
Yeah, for sure.
In a weird way, I think it's better to go all in here because it looks weaker.
For sure, yeah. But, you know, Calvin Lee, very strong holding there. Not looking to go anywhere pre-flop.
This is probably going to be a very big pot. He did 3-bet
He
to
did
180.
3-bet. Yeah, he's going for 180. And now it's up to Calvin Lee to put it in the middle.
God damn it.
Ace Queen of Diamonds just a little too pretty here. I think to fold. Unless Calvin can really pick up on something.
Yeah.
It does scream aggression what Gavin is doing here against an under the gun open, an under the gun +1 cold call to 3-bet here of a shallow stack. It screams, I've got it, and I am committed. Don't tell me he's folding. All the time when they do this. No, makes the call. Just calls the
just
130.
yeah, does not get any pre.
But it does. It makes it a bit weird because now there's
does.
470k in the middle.
And we see Gavin, he has only got a third pot bet left, right? And that's usually the standard bet on flop. Calvin does have backdoor outs.
Yeah, but not exactly the flop that he was dreaming of with Ace Queen of Diamonds.
No, so Gavin here with 160 behind.
Going to be a very easy all in. And that I actually do kind of wonder what Calvin Lee will do. You think he folds for the final? What is that 6 big blinds? It's annoying.
It is very annoying the way the hand has played out. You know, it's
Fold.
I think Calvin might fold because he has to think, you know, his opponent could have pocket pairs, right? Possibly ace king decide to also jam this flop as well. He's pretty much behind of pretty much every hand at this
Yeah.
point.
And the only thing that he really has going for himself are the running diamonds.
Yeah. I mean, what is he beating? He has to think.
Nothing.
So
He's
ace
beating-
jack, you know, I don't
No.
know if ace jack is doing that pre-flop, right? There's not going to be ace 10 in there either.
That's 85k. What a guy. Oh my god, that's even more annoying. Man, Gavin is the milkman over here. This is the most annoying hand ever.
You know what? By betting 85k, I think Calvin actually has to call.
And
His-
then he turns another diamond, and then you have to call the final 85 as well, and then you miss. Right now, there are only 2 outs for Calvin Lee. And those are the 2 aces that are still available. One of the aces got folded pre-flop.
Not knowing exactly what to think about this bet. Very, very small, you know. It is 85k into, what, 460k? One-sixth pot.
470.
470, yeah, one-sixth pot.
I have no idea what Calvin Lee is thinking, or is doing, or wants to do over here. I don't think he's mentally already very done with his hand. No, he just needs to figure out.
Just take it.
He's checking some of the numbers, I guess. Just to make sure that he knows exactly what Gavin has behind. I think he is very well aware that Gavin is real strong here. Jacks, at least, maybe queens, maybe kings. Best case scenario is that this is ace king for Gavin.
Yeah, but I mean, he's still behind ace king, right? And
Yeah.
I don't think Gavin's
Exactly.
folding if Calvin's shoving there, so there's nothing he can really do. You know, he could call the 85k and hope to hit.
An
A
ace or
turn?
a diamond.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you don't even know if your ace is good here.
correct. And
Like, this
we-
could also be aces.
It is, and we can see that if he hits his queen, that's not going to be good either.
No. So frustrating. Let's go. For the
Good fold, Calvin.
85k. Let's it go. And Gavin picks up kings at a very, very good moment. After an under the gun open and an under the gun +1 cold call. To then 3-bet of a shallow stack, it does really scream like, I've got it.
Yeah.
I've got something. Man, what a run for him so far. Perhaps the biggest winner next to Steven Song after these first 2 hours of this final table.
Yeah, he has really ground out that short stack really well on this final table.
In an adventurous first 100 minutes of this final table for Calvin Lee. Won a big pot early on against Jungle Man. That Jungle Man on wobbly legs, couldn't quite get him out of there. Now Jungle's kind of back again with an alright stack.
Yeah, break.
This was a
Much
frustrating
needed
hand
break.
for
It was
the
a
man
long
with ace
time.
queen
Yeah.
of diamonds.
Played for a while.
Was it around 2 hours?
It was boring.
Gonna
huh?
play probably 2 more hands before we head
Played
into
three-
our first
played
break.
three levels, yeah.
Give the players 10 minutes to go to the bathroom, grab a drink, have a coffee, get all the yawns out of their system. Then we'll continue.
Aces now. Oh my goodness. Like, I've not seen a player with this many big pocket pairs pre-flop as
Uh-oh.
much as Steven Son. And Chen Yisha unfortunately finds pocket 8 in this spot. But she does
More
not,
of a calling hand.
Yes,
anyway.
exactly. She's not going to be 3-betting Steven with these positions. She's going for a call, and Gavin on the hijack with the ace-6 of clubs.
This is just so perfect, seeing Steven under the gun +1, aces, and then you already see action behind him. This is what will be printed into my memory after these first 8 days of poker in Jeju. A6 of clubs comes along for the ride as well. Most of these players seem to... Oh my goodness. Taylor looks down at pocket 6s. A lot of action before him. He has exactly 10 big blinds, but it is a couple big stacks opening. You think a man like Taylor would get away from this, Selena? Then again, like, how much more do we want to fold, right? How short do we want to get?
Yeah, but I mean, I think this is a little bit too much action for him to be comfortable shoving his pocket 16 pre. You know, you're just gonna call maybe set 9, but you are working with 10 big blinds or less.
Yeah. It is a fifth of your stack if you're calling here. And the problem is he's not even closing the action. He still has to worry about a small blind and a big blind too. Frustrating spot for Taylor, and he's gonna let it go. And we know that's an excellent decision, especially because Gavin actually works with ace-6 there. Django's gonna let go of jack 3. And here we go. Aces, 8s, and ace-6. An 8 here would be absolutely massive for Chen Yusha. Flop comes king jack 5. 2 diamonds.
Stevenson still leading here. Pretty big lead with his aces, as we can see. You know, his opponents are drawing very thin.
I think Gavin, after looking at that flop, is already done with his hand. He's gonna take his time. He likes to take his time. He's trying to balance it out as well, whether he's betting or checking. Can't imagine him ever trying to make some big plays here on this board against the 2 chip leaders. Turn is another jack.
Now Stevenson going for some chips on this turn.
I think we're betting 60, 65.
And it's probably good enough to take it down here.
Yeah, I don't think we want to put up much of a fight with the pocket 8s. And I think ace-6 of clubs really has no business. Not Gavin, his neighborhood. Still a very strong opening block of this final table for Gavin. As he was down to 100 and something thousand chips once upon a time. Now staring down at 580k. And I do think that's going to be our final hand, Selena, of the first block of this final table. The 20k high roller. Top 5 gets... Hello? Okay.
Oh, that is surprising.
Very surprising. I was ready to send us to a break. All right. Is he going to be a hero on the river? Is he going to pretend he has a jack?
If he does, that'd be very impressive. But I don't know if Steven's going to fold. But, you know, right now, Queen 10 does make a straight as well.
Mm-hmm. Queen 10 does get there, but would you chase Queen 10 on a paired board?
Gavin might. Steven is still going to continue.
I guess Queen
Betting.
10 of diamonds would absolutely still be around.
Yeah, would definitely. He bets 80k now into this pot of 360.
I mean, there must have been a reason why he called on that turn. I highly doubt that he believes ace high is good. Don't forget Steven open under the gun +1. We had Yisha coming along for the ride as well. What is Gavin cooking up here? As we are 8-handed at this final table, and this will be our final final hand before we hop into an 11-minute break before we continue.
Put in a time bank card as well. I'm really thinking about it, you know. I mean, he's definitely not thinking about just calling with the ace-6, right?
That would just be a bit of a misread. And it does happen. What hand could he specifically put Steven under the ever thinks ace high is good? Right? There isn't any. Right? Even like if you think he has ace queen or ace 10, you're not going too hot.
Not going for it. And thank goodness. Stevenson takes down another big pot, and we'll be back after a 10-minute break with more action on this feature table.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Lord Poker Tournament. We got the final table of the 20K. And we're starting to see a couple short stacks here emerge as the blinds have been going up very consistently. Stevenson still at the top of those chip stacks. And I'm joined by Mr. Kevin van der Kooi, aka Rotterdam. What's up?
Or Koe, because they forgot the I on the overlay, so I'm just Kevin van der Koe.
Really? It said that?
Yeah.
Cuckoo.
What is up is that I am excited to see how this table will continue. Taylor wakes up with his best hand in forever. Taylor Black finding the Steven song, I would almost call it. Pocket Kings here on the cutoff. He is playing less than 10 big blinds. Would obviously love to get paid. I'm trying to figure out what is the best way to get
Who doesn't?
paid. Indeed, who does not? Fortunately, the camera is not showing us what he has done. Oh? Wait.
I don't think Kings folded.
No. No. I think we have jammed 4.
No, it was probably a different
That's
hand.
one way to change the
Yeah,
tournament.
that must have
Just
been.
make it a lot faster.
There's no way.
Do we play one?
Everyone wins.
There's
played
absolutely
one
no
hand,
way
yeah.
that man folded pocket kings
Where's
of
the
less than
bathroom
10
or-
big
10
blind.
second time
Open as well. Like
They announced
there's
it on
no
the
action before him.
thing.
That's all though,
They said
because
1
we
minute
very
till
rarely
we
had
start.
this. In the first 8 days, we have very rarely seen somebody have a
Think
hand
of
that they
those
just
hands.
did not have.
Yeah.
Honestly, one of the first times that we had that kind of a glitch.
It's new recreation.
I did have
And
kings.
it got
right now.
apparently folded to James
when
Mendoza,
I fold red.
and James just open ripped the fours.
He knows.
He's like, I've got a set. I'm good.
Snap fold.
And he takes it down 3. Kind of sad for Taylor Black. I was excited to see him. What if he
Well,
did
if
get
you
kings,
wanna
but he
fold, you wanna
wasn't
make
back
it
in
to
time?
Oh, wow.
Is that
Yeah,
possible?
exactly.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
haven't
he's at the
seen him.
table, I think, no?
Yeah, he's there.
And
He's
if
sitting next to
happen
you.
to ever be bluffing, just be like,
Was
oh,
he there
they
last
got that
time?
wrong,
Yeah,
obviously.
yeah.
That would be insane.
Yeah.
Honestly, that.
Well, no, but like the cards, would they be by default on the spot where we know what he has?
They might have.
Like, I don't think the dealer would necessarily move them there.
I don't see necessarily a card
Alright,
reading.
whatever,
you know?
man.
They might just have chips in the cards.
Whatever, bro.
That's what they did at the Unibet events back then.
Okay.
That there are chips.
Yeah,
in the
that's true. I
cards.
thought there was markers somewhere, or
Yeah.
maybe there is, because sometimes the players move their cards in a specific spot. So
Mhm.
I thought that's how it worked.
Maybe that's the double. I kind of want to take a look at the VOD and see if he was there. I'm gonna see if I can catch a glimpse of his arm or anything.
Yeah. Yeah, you know his sit as well.
240.
Just Mendoza with the open. We got the ace queen in the big blinds. Looks like a re-raise from Stephen
It
Song.
was a good hand.
I had to be pocket.
2 million in chips. Cruising. He's gonna take another one down.
Yeah, I wanted to call.
And an overwhelming chip leader as we got quite a few shorties. The bottom 5 players, 20 big blinds and less, with the shortest stack being 8.3.
Well, they decided to...
Mate, he's not there.
He's vaping, bro. Look at this.
Or they decided
Stephen Song, what a ninja. You barely could see. Oh, he wasn't there?
Like you don't see him on the left side of.
Yeah, yeah.
I see him come back now, but like,
Was there footage before that? Like
Yes.
people sitting down?
look, like this is the hand. You've got Gavin in seat 1.
Yeah.
Which is
You've got Yule
So
in
who's gonna
seat
tell
2.
him?
Look, seat 3. He's not there.
Yeah.
Oh my
I mean,
goodness.
yeah,
they ran
yeah.
some sick turns.
That is so brutal.
Big drama show.
Showed up 10 seconds late and missed out on pocket kings while being the shortest stack at the final table over 20k. No one should tell him. No one should tell him. Oh my goodness.
He's got like a relative watching. He gets a text, you idiot. What are we doing? Sometimes he's close. Actually, this break was kind of short.
Yeah, it was way shorter than
Yeah.
every other break we've had. Because I walked over to the restaurant area. And I was like, yeah, I can go to the restroom and I'll look. And it said only 5 minutes and 40 seconds left.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
was like, well, that's normally it's like 11 at this point.
I'm not sure why exactly, but
That is so brutal.
unfortunate for him. You never had this, like you play online and like you have to go to the toilet or something. You go and then
Like,
you
no,
come
you
back
just
and you see like your kings or aces timing out slowly.
I've had this definitely more than one stud, but we're talking about the $12 speed racer, and I can financially recover. I have never had
Hey,
it.
a
At
tournament's a tournament, okay? Every big blind counts.
Yeah, exactly.
Never had it at the
Exactly.
final
Put-
table over
put
20k
that
while I
in
was the
the
shortest stack,
tournament, because
and
if
only
they're gonna
5
miss
people
that
get
out.
paid.
Yeah, they're just not gonna
And
run
especially
it.
with the force behind, I don't think force would have called off, to be fair. But he at least could have won the small blind and the big blind. No, that is very brutal. We got 2 monster hands going at it here, as I'm still thinking about those kings that got folded. This could be it, Todd. This really could be for all the marbles. Kelvin Lee is not afraid to announce all in with ace king. He's done it before, and I think he's gonna do it again. And Chen Yisha has already shown us. He's not afraid to call things off with ace king, as he ain't folding the ladies either.
Yeah, on this stack size, it is just meant to all go in the middle. Really nothing else to do here for either player. And it's going to be a 1.2 million chips here.
That is a monster pot. Chen Yushan loses this hand. She does still have 530k, which honestly would put her in the center of the pack. But if the ladies can hold up, she's going to be very close to Steven Song on top of the leaderboard. Biggest spot we've seen in a long time. 1.3 million chips in the middle. Ace in the middle. Ace 9 deuce. That is absolutely massive for Calvin Lee. That is very brutal for Chen Yusha, who's now drawing to 1 out and 1 out only. Spades, no good.
Queen of Hearts, the only card I would see an elimination. Calvin gets a very big pot. He's second in chips all of a sudden, just like that. And Chen Yisha fourth now with 18 big blinds.
A massive hand for Calvin Lee, massive double. Two hands that kind of play itself. Nobody did anything right or wrong.
What do you think about flips? Because every poker player feels like they're the unluckiest in the world, and at times I feel like I'm losing so many flips. What's your take? You move on pretty easily from playing.
That really
flips?
depends what the tournament is. Like I lost a flip once that was painful. I shared a story early this week. It was like tens against ace king, very close to one of the bigger live events I've played to the money. It's like it's not the end of the world, but that one definitely bumped me out for like a couple hours. Online, shake it off rather quickly.
Yeah. Even in the big blinds.
Yeah. I mean, it sucks, but it is what it is. Sometimes you bet black, it's red at the wheel. It's a flip too. Flip by the end.
Actually, it's worse than a flip because of the zero. They have double zero,
But I always bet the zero. No, they don't have.
so it's better.
Yep, here is single zero. No, but it's worse because it's actually tempting when it's single zero roulette, and it's still a bad game. If it's double zero or triple zero roulette, I actually like that more because I would never play that. That's just too much of a rip-off. Single zero though.
Can you make a bet on all the zeros?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, not in one bet, or you have to bet them separately?
No, you can. Obviously, with double zero, you can just bet in the middle, where it's just betting on two numbers. There's also this thing called the basket bet, which is actually the worst bet out there. 7-6. We're jamming from the button. Steven Song no longer has to worry about Chen Yusha having a very big stack. So it's power poker coming out of the man, who's done a lot of great things with kings and aces, but also with the suited connectors.
Maximum pressure. Not much else they can do with their hand here than just folds. Picks up some more big blinds.
But yeah, on traditional double zero roulette, there is a bet you can make on 0, double zero, and then 1, 2, 3. But
Yeah.
it's a really bad bet because if you make that same bet anywhere else on the board, you get 6 numbers, and now you only get 5. So you're doing yourself dirty. What you can do?
What do you think? You're gonna fire some tournaments when you get home after watching this?
Yeah, absolutely. I was already playing, but I have a very busy summer. So I especially think like after the summer slows down a little bit, I feel like that is going to let me enter my poker era winter arc.
I know, like you on Fridays evenings, that's when you cast like the show matches of your team. But how's your Saturday and Sunday looking usually?
Pretty free, especially in the summer.
Yeah.
Like, normally I like to watch sports or sometimes have some social activities, but
Yeah.
when there is not too much, no, I can definitely play.
Jungle goes all in, ace jack of suit, 11 big blinds. So far no takers. It's going to be for the blinds to maybe get something. 8 deuce, I doubt he's going to come alone.
Very unfortunate.
Ooh,
Oh,
well, same hand.
be a fair fight. He makes the easy call, doesn't even think twice about it.
51%. I'll take it.
He says 10, 11 bigs. It's basically his tournament live, by the way, that he's calling off here, but very confident that ace jack would be good. Well, it's good enough to call. He has successfully defended the big blind.
There's one diamond.
I guess that hand makes
I don't think anyone has anything going for themselves here, and that is going to be a chop pot. Everyone loves a chop pot.
Not me.
That's what they say.
I'd rather lose a pot than chop a pot. I was thinking actually about on Sundays, like I feel like I need to figure out a routine. I'm always like, oh, I need to start playing tournaments, and I never really do it. And also I want to follow sports, so I feel like I should just wake up watch the multiple games of like like basketball and hockey at the same time on two screens. Get out of the way, and then after that, play some tournaments.
Got all Sunday.
Yeah.
So many tournaments on Sundays. We can sync it up. We can play some together. Maybe make a cheeky side bet. It'll last longer.
If you want. I did well in the last few ones I entered.
Pocket jacks here for James Mendoza. Under the gun, playing around 1 million chips. A little over 32 big blinds starting this hand. Blinds really are high. Most of the stacks are shallow. Calvin Lee obviously feeling really good after winning that monster flip with Ace King against the ladies of our only lady at this final table. Can't believe it's the ladies betraying our lady.
Sometimes it's like that. Nobody has anything so far. You lay 10-6 offsuits. Nope. And
Jungle hands. DJ.
just gonna take one last look. Farewell, my jiggities.
Top 5 gets paid. 8 players left. Couple of shorties at the bottom. Steven Song with way too many chips. If he wins this as well. I know that we've seen a lot of crazy good performances of various players across the last 2, 3, 4 decades even of tournament poker, but this is honestly starting to become a little insane what Steven Song is doing this week.
I would guess he doesn't play short deck, but I mean, if he goes on this run here and then he wins back-to-back tournaments,
You should fire.
yeah,
Absolutely.
tell him.
If he wants to sell some action, I'm in. I was like, Steven, I've got 1%.
He's like never played short deck.
1%, Steven, I'm in. 100%.
Pretty sure aces and kings are still good in short deck, yeah?
Aces are definitely solid. I mean, they get cracked a lot more often, obviously, but they're still the best. Kings are also very good. However, you're going to see. If you think you always see an ace in No Limit Hold'em, get ready for a short deck. Don't get too attached to your kings. Speaking of kings, once more ace king for Calvin Lee. We just put on a very cool looking jacket. Oh my goodness, setup city here at this final table. Yule looks down at aces on the button. 14 bigs. Wondering how am I gonna get paid? Can I 3-bet?
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, it's so shallow that sometimes you'll see some calls here, even if he thinks that somebody behind might get out of line, or if he thinks there's going to be enough open that would then fold against the 3-bets. It feels like he's too shallow to 3-bet, I would say. It's either he calls or he goes all in.
So Gavin earlier in a similar spot. With aces against ace queen, also against Calvin Lee. He did 3-bet, and then he made the tiniest of bets on the flop. And an even tinier bet on the turn. Was it on the flop that we folded? I think he
He's
just
gonna call.
called.
Yeah, he's just so short. He wants to keep every hand that Calvin has, and sometimes the blinds will wake up with something, and then it gets real awkward as well. The big blind, the downside is the big blinds is getting crazy good odds to defend here multi-way, but in this case we see that.
Oh, well, okay.
nothing
That is a
to do
full
with that.
double for Yule if I've ever seen a full double.
Unless a king rolls on the turn.
It's
Or
a-
a sp-
Yeah, true. Of course, if you get sucked out on, yes. But it's King 5-7 Rainbow. You're feeling mighty fine here with your ace king. Who's gonna tell him he's got 6% right now? He does not look like a man who's got 6%. He's dreaming of winning another big hand with ace king, as he just got a full double through Yisha. That's 55k. Honestly, this board is pretty dry. King 5-7 Rainbow. You could decide to just call here, even if he's only playing 380k. He obviously doesn't know how strong the holding is of Calvin Lee. If he would know how strong he is, we would have already sent all the chips to the middle. I think he just has opted to go for a call, 55k. Calvin Lee has one out. He thinks he's trapping. What is actually happening is that he's the one being trapped.
We've seen some crazy rivers. Are you feeling a king here?
No. I'm truly not feeling a king. This man already had his run good with ace king.
I got a weird feeling about this river.
No. He already cracked the ladies. That's about as much as you can hope for. He's not about to one out you. That would be disgusting. Actually, he checks. Interesting. I think he's hoping that you will bet and he can come over the top.
He obviously has like a very strong hand, so I think maybe he's worried that
Wow.
the hand of Calvin is not that strong.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, vice versa.
This is actually a very spicy river, right? Because it's now 4
Yeah.
to a straight on the board. Now you could say there shouldn't be a lot of 9s and 4s in the ranges of under the gun +1 and then a button call of a relatively short stack. But still, that is one of the rivers that could potentially slow things down a little. If Kelvin does not give you the full double up here, then it's honestly a very big win for him. 'Cause this could have gone all in so many different ways, especially with this flop. Ah, he announces all in, I think. Does announce all in. Little gross here for your aces. 4 to a straight on the board.
I don't think he can fold, but
Yeah, it's 300k for 1.7 million.
well, no, because like it counted the whole stack. So I think it's like I think there was 300k in there, so it would be like 900 total.
Yeah, because he started with over 5, no? Didn't he start with over 500k?
I thought he had less.
That was
We're gonna see.
high 4 or low 5, but yes. We're probably playing indeed, you're correct. We're playing for, yeah, 900k to a million.
Yeah.
But that's what it's going to be. I mean, the 4 to a straight is very scary, but how many 9s did Calvin Lee open with under the gun? And even if we fold here, we're not exactly guaranteed to finish top 5. Top 5 gets paid. 6th, 7th, and 8th place gets nothing. As you leveled himself into now a very, very difficult decision. All along, it was all about the slow play.
I just don't see him letting it go. We've seen stranger things.
I don't think it's gonna happen. He doesn't seem to be very thrilled about it anymore. Oh my goodness, he lets it go. No,
Aye, aye, aye.
you. Let's go of the aces on King 5, 7, 6, 8. And Kelvin Lee finds a way to win with ace king against aces on the driest board ever.
That's pretty sick.
Oh.
Nasty runouts. And then obviously, like on the river, it feels to us like he just value jammed his ace king, but on such a scary runout, maybe he was actually thinking about like what bluffs. Yeah, what bluffs like or like that he could look like a bluff against some of the hands that his opponent's gonna have. And in this case, he actually got a better hand, a way better hand to fold here with the aces.
Wow. Shocking way for that hand to play out. Ace king against aces. King 7, 5 rainbow flop. 10 big blind. That is nuts. It is nuts that Calvin Lee wins the hand. It is nuts. Yeah, it played out the way that it did. And we're still with 8.
Should have jams.
Yeah. Or even just a tiny 3-bet pre-flop, right? So you set yourself up for a flop jam no matter what the flop
I don't
is.
think you can because he was too short for
Yeah,
that.
but Gavin did the exact same thing earlier. Literally,
Yeah.
like not even an hour ago. Played it in the same way.
Sometimes you show someone the door by doing that. I think he just wanted to make sure there was no fold pre-flop. But yeah, again, it's easier to
When you
talk
see
from
everything.
the casting desk.
Yep. Ladies for James Mendoza. As Gavin finds King Jack in the hijack, he's gonna open things up. Man, what a crazy hand. Yule. Oh. Let's go of the aces. He's now probably the shortest stack at the table. At least. Shared shortest together with Taylor Black. Who missed kings? I mean, what are these 20 minutes of poker thought? One man is 30 seconds too late. to return to his 20k final table, and he misses out on kings.
Might have been less.
And then we have, yeah, it was like 5 to 10 seconds, because in the next shot I could see his arm again. But when it was his turn, he was not there to pick up his kings. And a little later, we see aces fold incorrectly on the river. Oh, that is a very frustrating hand for Yule. He still has chips though. Perhaps there will be a magical comeback. The queens have gone for a sizable 3-bet. James Mendoza, the runner-up of the 15k high roller, continues to be strong. Would be insanely sick if somehow the heads-up match is once more going to be Steven Song against James Mendoza. Like they were the heads-up battle of the 15k high roller main event. And they'll be the final two here in the 20k too. Now, still a lot of things need to happen. There's a very good chance that at least one of the two is going to make it. And his name is Steven Song.
Unstoppable. There's a few tournaments we've seen. Takes a hell of a hand to knock this guy out. We did see him incorrectly call actually in the first tournament that we saw him in, right? With on the river with it was aces against river 2 pairs. It was Schwed song I think at the time. I ended up playing the hand very interestingly.
I mean, the free roll was a little bit of the wild west. I think that was very tough to play probably. I think these fields is probably a field that Steven Song feels a lot more comfortable in.
Taylor Black, Queen 9 offsuits, all in.
Very short.
And 6 big blinds.
Jungle Man with ace a7 offsuit. Could think that his a7 is potentially good here. It would be for half his stack, but he is going to come over the top. Comes down to Calvin Lee. He's going to let go of whatever hand he had in the big blind. Ooh, Queen 10 even. So it's a7 against Queen 9. Tournament live on the line for the man who had over 1 million chips yesterday. Taylor Black. And also missed kings. Poor guy. But hey, this is a pretty fair fight. 59% against 41. Will it be the a7 for Jungle, or will it be the Queen 9 for Taylor Black as he finds top pair? Queen 9 is good for now. The deuce does not change anything. Jungle Man, Daniel Cage needs an ace or a 7, or he is going to lose half of his stack, even more than that. That's frustrating too. So now he's the shortest.
And he's very short, yeah. 4 big blinds, I think.
Correct call. Unfortunate run out for Jungle Man. Not the first time he's going to be mega short at this final table. Already made a great comeback earlier of 3 big blinds. We've done that. We need to do it again. Oh, this man looks in pain. He's having to let go of those aces. I hate seeing that. I hate seeing pain. I want to see smiles and happiness though.
Not everybody can win. It's a zero-sum game. But he's gonna have some nightmares against those aces, especially when he sees it on the stream.
It's a Steven Song game. That's what it is.
Blind still at 30k. And we have some proper real short stacks as we're 8 left with 5 spades, so 3 players will not make the money.
Taylor's still somewhat short. Gavin's still somewhat short. Jungle Man, the shortest of them all right now. And ULA also on the shorter side of things. James Mendoza still very healthy. 3rd in chips. And Yisha. The ladies. From aces to the ladies. All right, mate. Please tell me. Let's raise it up. We definitely overcomplicated things a little with the aces there.
11 big blinds. Can open it up.
And everyone is, ooh, Steven Song's got a bit of a decision. With King 10 offsuit, can absolutely make the call. Might even think about coming over the top, but
King 10's a little light. I expect him to call.
and that is what he's going to do.
Getting a pretty good price. And look, behind this Yule 260k, there is already 175 in the pot.
No spades on the side of Steven Song. Queen's obviously looking really good here. There are still a couple potential scary cards to come. I expect this man to bet.
Yule is probably thinking, I'm not slow playing over pairs anymore. Unfortunately, this time, Stephen Song has absolutely nothing. He will find an easy fold. Yule back to 15 big blinds.
But at least by raising instead of open shoving, he did get Steven Song to put in an extra big blind. So we got a little bit more. Not exactly what the man was hoping for. Aces and queens within 5 hands of each other. And yet we lost chips.
How much was this?
140.
He's winning out of money.
The feeling the moment
This one's 700.
this money bubble is going to burst, we're going to be heads up within like 3 seconds.
Not like a big
Obviously there are pay jumps as well. But
I also get
it starts at
nervous,
60 and the winner gets a little over 220. So the pay jumps are going to be there, but it's mostly 60,000 or nothing. That's probably the biggest pay jump there is outside of first or second.
Like Europe,
You know DJ Alexander?
yeah.
I was with him. We got out
James
of
Mendoza, 10-9 of suits.
and you know those guys like strip club
Not
guys.
gonna get in
trying to,
there.
like, say,
Jungle
Yeah.
so short
Came
now.
up and started shaking his head like this, and just took his watch off right in front of us.
4
And
big blinds.
neither of us noticed, and then
Holy
like
shit.
10 seconds later, he's like, "Where's my
Steven
watch?"
Song looks down at ace 8.
Oh my
He
god.
literally just
Expect
took
him
it
to
off. He
open
just
jam a
shook his
fair
hand.
amount.
Yeah.
Not sure exactly.
Got like half a
It
million.
was like
Yeah.
the most smooth shit.
That's
He knows
insane.
that there are very few hands that Chen Yusha can call with.
Like going to
15 big blinds.
three got
King 9 of
jumped by, like,
suits.
10 guys.
Yeah, very gangster call.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of short stacks out there.
Like stole his watch. I think. it
Wow,
was like
I
a
actually
6
wonder
big
about
watch.
this one.
He probably thinks that Steven will jam any two. Like a 9-10 suited, a king 5, a king 4. But I just don't think it's a call you can make. And as a Steven, the nice gentleman that he is, does show her. At least the ace.
How do you know?
So he's gonna feel a little better about himself.
Ace 8. Pretty good ace.
Yeah.
It was obviously.
Okay, fine.
The next time the blinds go up, it's just 3 people are gonna be all in. It's almost what it feels like.
Interesting. It's actually, it's way plus EV to call.
On the last FT, I got aces twice in a
King
row.
9 off. I wouldn't have
Back to back
expected
hands.
that.
Wasn't one of them first kings?
No, no,
Even
no.
with this
no.
dynamic of the shorter stacks.
Just
I guess, yeah, you have to factor that in, yeah.
I don't
But like
think it was
if
first
there
kings
wasn't
that
any
ever
ICM,
folded, but-
I wouldn't even have guessed that King 9 off is like such an easy call. But yeah, here with ICM, I do think you have to fold.
That's completely different, I think.
Yeah.
Especially because right now C is on track to make the money. It's not guaranteed. We'll be calling off there with King 9. Everything changes. We have a race by James Mendoza with the pocket 9s. As Calvin Lee looks down at King Jack. Calvin Lee has no idea about the bullet that he dodged earlier with that ace king hand. Probably felt like, I love it when a plan comes together, everything worked out there. And up against aces.
So King Jack flatting in the cutoff. Those are some big stacks here now. Well, big. But decent stacks.
2 out of the 3 top stacks. Gavin, obviously on the shorter side of things, does decide to take a flop with 8-5 offsuit. And, well, everyone gets something. The 9s only have 1 overcard to worry about. And we got a couple backdoor straight draws. The 8s make a pair and a couple backdoor straight draws. And King Jack flops top pair.
Yeah.
And then
It's an all red board with 2 diamonds, 1 heart.
somehow I'm like above the top of what my range is. So like I probably should just call
Honestly, I
river.
kind of expected
Yeah.
Calvin Lee to bet on this board.
So like I think I should have folded a
And
turn.
it
And then
seems
once I
like
call a
he
turn, I think I
may
should've folded
have
it.
Probably.
checked. No, he's gonna bet.
I just, to be honest, I didn't.
Makes
think
sense to me
he
here with
had
King Jack.
Pairs all the way down to 3s. So it's like
You're supposed to
unless
go
you turn
small.
pair 3
Go
on a
small.
pair, Like 8-9 every time we do a bluff. You just have so many queens. In there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the issue.
It's tricky for Gavin, like he has a
It's
piece,
always
but
hindsight, right?
it's multi-way. He's out of position.
I think
He's
this
getting
turn
such a
fold
good
pretty
price.
And I think
And he's going to
for
come
the
along
size
for the
of
ride
it-
here, hoping to turn
if I know
trips.
you go all the way down
Or his second
to
pair,
the-
perhaps.
probably do if you
With a
have
6,
Yeah.
he turns his hand into an up and down
If you
straight
block
draw.
every single one, every
That'll also
combo,
be
every
something.
time.
He'd be a lot less thrilled about this because that's still a drawing hand out of position. Mendoza gets out of the way. Too much action,
I sometimes
multi-way for
bet them
him
on the
here with
flop,
another
though.
card.
Sometimes.
Mendoza's been very sharp.
To start as well.
Yes, the man would probably love trips. But we can't always get what we want.
Red River, your hand's pretty good.
He is once more going to be
One of my
forced
most
to check.
obvious-
You just have no
Kind
more.
of
you have
expect
no-
Kelvin Lee to just fire another bet, maybe a little
At that
bigger.
Straight or nothing.
At that point, I
Anything
probably
between
don't
80 and
turn
110.
ace off, right?
It's interesting because Gavin has 235k left,
Yeah, ace queen is like an
which
obvious
is
one that I'll always have
less than
for
what's
ace.
in the pot, 335 currently.
Always check flop.
He's thinking right now.
A ton of hands straight. Queen 9.
Is the queen my cards?
Queen 10.
Does that help me more than him?
Not be queen, but
Unless he's Hollywooding to try and get a check back.
He has been taking his time in a lot of spots. This is not the first time. He likes to take his time, balance out the check and the raise and the bet ranges. This is not the first time. Kelvin Lee sizes up the stack of Gavin. And he's asking the Irish question. How much?
Says all in. And Gavin not going to love this here.
He's gonna have to let this one go. Unless he is somehow in extreme belief that this is ace jack or ace 10 of diamonds. It's the semi bluff with the combo draw, but I don't see how you ever call here with your tournament life.
I feel like it's going to be a labored fold, almost certainly.
I would just always go that side.
Really trying to make sure he's at peace with the decision, and there it is. Cards in the muck.
You could still obviously have
Calvin Lee picks up another pot here.
I can't just mash it in.
And yeah, second place in chips currently. This poor bottom five players, I feel like they're getting shorter and shorter with every passing hand.
Like potted or whatever.
And because they are. No, we're losing with aces and we're missing out on kings. That is also going to happen. It's so gross.
Man, you chipped up out of nowhere.
Jack 4 offsuit under the gun for
Since then.
oh, still over 400k. How the hell did he do that?
I got
thought it was
position
shorter than
already.
that. Jungleman, the shortest stack of all of them, is gonna go all in with the ace 8 of diamonds. Kelvin Lee has a decision here. I think he's asking for a count very quickly as he's got a suited ace in the hijack.
I don't know what you got.
There's a lot of people behind, but Jungleman is very short, as we see, less than 4 big blinds. And let it go.
Toss him into it.
In general or in his hand?
That's a good question.
King 4
Roll with
offsuit for
those.
Chen Yisha.
Figure that out, man.
In general, I know.
That'll be a little loose because it's 25% of her stack and 2 people left to act behind her.
And the big blinds
Get the read.
getting a pretty good price. But oh my god, this is not the loveliest hand here to try and call with. Let it go. Jungleman stays alive.
That was a very painful smile by Yulei. As he, like, well, I'm willing to
Not
call
many
off
hands
with a lot of different hands here, but
was the
when you look down at the 8 deuce
100.
offsuit,
5 or whatever.
I smile, but inside I cry.
We've got 3 proper short stacks
probably what you
and
want.
Taylor who's
You got
somewhat
basically
short,
the double.
I mean, there's not
and
really
Chen
any
Yisha
hand you
with
want
a
to
bit of a
call.
middling stack, but
Wow.
even
Unless
Chen Yisha does
Yes,
really
it
not play
is.
all that many big blinds at this point.
Everything else probably for
14 or 15.
uh,
Half of the table is below 14 big.
take a
for 97.
Back-to-back shoves by
Yeah, I
Jungle Man.
guess.
Daniel Cates now looks down at ace deuce as a suit of clubs. He's gonna go for it again. Obviously love to see this one just go through. But it's Steven Song who wakes up with pocket fives from the hijack and he's asking for a count. It's a little over 6 big blinds with pocket
180?
fives.
190.
It's the second hand in a row that Daniel Cage has gone all in.
It's interesting because fives, it seems like it's just there. It might just be enough for him to have to come long. And he's gonna make the call.
Chen Yusha looks down at Jack 10. It is a pretty hand, but calling here is almost not an option as it's for pretty much half of her stack and there are players to act behind her. Gavin! Oh man, what a decision this is. King Queen offsuit on the button as he is down to 7 big blinds. We've got a short stack all in and we have a monster stack calling that all in.
What do you think? Is he coming along for the ride?
This is a very tough one. This is a very, very, very tough one. He did win a 3-way all-in already earlier, but that was
Yeah.
with pocket tens.
I think he's just so short that he kind of has to.
And he's going to do it. He is going to do it. Wow! Another hand, but he's going to let go of ace-10 immediately. Ace-queen for Taylor Black. He lets go of that as
Wow.
well.
Oh yeah, call.
Wow. All right.
So Steven's actually looking pretty good. There is one ace less and one queen less
Yeah.
from the hands we've seen being folded.
Could be some clubs though, but Gavin does hold the king of clubs. Ace queen got folded in the big blind. Ace 10 got folded in the small blind by 2 other short stacks. It's a 3-way all in, and Steven Song could deliver a double KO, which would put us on the money bubble if the fives hold up. It's Steven Song. 5 in, not quite the window, but right in the middle. 7-5 deuce, a set of fives for Steven. There are some outs here for ace deuce. We need a 4 and a 4 only, otherwise we are down. And it's very hard to get 4s there, I guess. 7 of diamonds is no good. Steven Song, of course he makes his set. And of course he delivers the double KO.
And then there were 6. The money bubble here with all of these players. As Stevenson just cannot miss since he's gotten there.
Great fold by ace 10, great fold by ace queen. That was,
No, but
kind
if
of
I
knew it was
lose,
coming
then
as
I'm
well.
wrong.
Yeah.
It's kind of like in the window, no?
You
There's
already
like,
see like he has the pair and there's like one ace less, one queen less. All right, just give him the title, give him the trophy. Like, just to speed things up.
honestly, at this point, hand him the keys to Jeju City. This is his town.
He doesn't want to be handed the keys. He wants to earn them at the poker table, and I think he just might.
6 players left. The top 5 gets paid. A min cash of 60,000 USD. The American
And
Benjamins.
then the best pairs I would call, and then like the middling ones. I would
Calvin
shove.
Lee looks down at pocket 8s under the gun.
I honestly might even hold it to your shove.
For 200k more?
Yeah, it's like pretty gross.
Calvin Lee, pocket 8s.
Very nice.
Is he here though? Maybe he took a break. I don't see him.
Look like I have
He's
too
here.
many
I think it would have been folded already since it's on him.
Yeah.
If he wasn't there.
Maybe he's got 10 seconds.
Expected zero, to be
Yeah,
honest.
exactly.
I don't think so. I think when it's on you,
And you're not sitting.
yeah, I think the
Insta
dealer
fold.
immediately folds your hand.
And what if you're like, if it's a photo finish, do they have VAR? Or you're like, I said that. Ace King for James Mendoza. This could be a fun hand. Pocket 8's opening. Now, I don't expect these two biggest stacks to go very crazy. Knowing obviously that U is short and
Wait, you
Taylor
just call.
Yeah.
I would have
Okay.
obviously the traps
because of the short stacks.
and maybe like 5s and 6s.
10
I
6
felt the
for
struggle
rainbow.
here.
Yeah, it's not the first time.
Start shoving.
Jacks.
Somehow
Cram it in.
spreading out those flops
Save myself.
has been challenging for our dealers today.
I wonder if I shove if he folds.
Mendoza with absolutely nothing. They're talking about the hand.
I mean, he had no fold equity. I would
No,
think
I
this.
know, it should be the same.
I would think this would look stronger.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd imagine he's not folding.
Not a bad flop for pocket 8s. Only one overcard.
I guess if he had ace queen, that was good for me. I mean, I didn't need it, obviously. I flopped a 5.
Seems like he bet and Mendoza came along for the ride. It's a deuce of diamonds rolling off on the turn. Mendoza will bet. Can Calvin Lee find another bet? Still just one over to his pocket eights.
Yeah, Mendoza checked.
Mm-hmm. So option is on Kelvin. Can he find a bet? Gonna check back.
5 outs. Not gonna hit.
It's a really good run out for the pocket eights as well. Mendoza checks again. I think Kelvin Lee probably knows that his eights are good here, but doesn't make any sense in betting them. Not going to showdown.
Well, checks.
There are very few hands that would ever call whatever river bet he could come up with that he beats.
And some very equal stacks here at the bottom 3 players as we're on the money bubble.
Like 2009,
This might be intense.
we'd be in
It's
the
been
money,
intense all along.
right? We'd go
Yeah, but
3
now
red.
more than ever. 60K or nothing. I think we'd all be quaking in our boots if we were in these spots. Great opportunity for the big stack to apply pressure, which, guess what, that's his
Well, I
specialty.
think as soon as you 3 red.
And that is what he's been doing for the past 8 days over here in Jeju, South Korea. Steven Song opens a decent amount of hands, and whenever they don't believe him, he's got aces or kings. Mostly kings. Once in a while aces. He's gonna open things up with ace 5 offsuit. 3x. Ooh, nice spot by the way here for Chen Yisha, but it's difficult as well. Because he does have the other players out chipped. This is the money bubble, but of course he's aware of the fact that Steven Song is gonna open up very wide. So he might just at least stick around. And that is just going to be a call. Ace king for Yule. That's an easy slam dunk all in, my friend. Don't overly complicate it. Yes, we're on the money bubble, but let's not make life any harder than it is. And we do. Whoa! What? What are these hands?
Yeah, I think, oh my god, this is so sick. It's a raise and a rejam, but he's so short.
It's an open, a call, and a rejam.
Yeah. He has 11 big blinds.
That is.
You'd be much happier if you at least had jacks, but it just feels like 10 is so strong here too.
He's gonna let it go.
Wow, okay, so he thinks it's not good enough.
Let's go of the tens. Mendoza looks down at king 7. That's going to get mucked very quickly. Steven Song will get out of the way after Kelvin has folded. And now it comes down to Yisha. And I think that she knows that her ace-jack is no good here. She's played really good poker throughout this final table and yesterday as well. For Yule to make this play, it just
Big hand?
screams, I am very
Big
strong.
hand. No, I think he's shaking his head at
And
the
he's
fold.
jam. Wow, what a hand for him to win. Now all the way up to
Had a big-
555,000.
How much you
And
want?
now it is
Look,
Chen
I'm not
Yisha
telling you that,
and
yeah.
Taylor
Exactly.
as the two shortest. Taylor who was forced to fold the pocket tens there.
Seemed like the kind of hand that
Good chance
takes
that
for a
the
little
tens would
bit,
have
know
won
you're
with the amount of
folding.
aces
我看一下
that
我有没有
already
占
had
你
there.
outs，
Yeah.
大对子还是 AK？
She could be trapping too. I mean, I don't
Bro,
think a lot.
我肯定也是大的牌
Yeah,
啊
it's。possible.
No,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
flats on that stack.
And Taylor
Well,
is
she doesn't
talking
cover,
about
so it
his
doesn't
hand,
really
saying
matter.
that he's got a real, he had a
Unless-
real hand there as well.
You put it in, and then it goes call, and then you lose. Everyone
Perhaps
loses.
saying I would have called if you guys
Like-
didn't open and call.
Oh，
He was gonna fold pocket threes with his newly acquired chips. Perhaps a little small blind, big blind battle over here. Kelvin Lee looks down at king 10 offsuit. Kelvin is not afraid to tango a little.
Yeah, blind on blinds. He's against the big chips of Steven Song though.
This makes the call. He's gonna try to keep it small. Steven Song looks down at ace and 9 offsuit. Good raise, but can also just check, because Steven obviously does have to respect the stack that Kelvin Lee is working with as well. Sounds like Steven wants to lose 1.7 million. Does seem like he has bumped it up.
你拿到
Well, the only
Nah,
question
it
is
go
to
home town
what
over there.
number. I actually do think that Kelvin is going to take a flop
在
regardless.
我这位置。
This raise is really big. Raises to 105k. 3.5 big blinds.
I think when he raised, he knew there was a possibility this would happen, so probably had already decided he was gonna call the
你现在不
normally
是泡沫
priced
期
three
吗
bets. And he comes along.
And he limped initially, though. Huh? He did not
我
raise.
Oh,
call
that's true.
万一后面有两
I
家
think
奥
maybe
运，我
that's
还
why
可
he
以
limped, yeah.
丢啊。
7-7-6. King 10 is going to check. Ace high. Very often good on this board, especially in small blind against big blind battle. Stevenson continues to be perfect. As he makes a little bet here. And this is now already very tough to call with King 10. This might be one of these moments where it's alright to let it go, even if you're getting 5-1. I think that's what Kelvin Lee is thinking as well. Apparently that's not what he's thinking as he makes the call.
It was a quarter pot. He has 2 overcards, both of which may still be good, so probably thinks I need to call at least one time. He has the backdoor diamonds, actually. And now he's the king of diamond, but unfortunately Stephen Song always covers his bases, and he's got the ace of diamond.
If another diamond rolls off on the turn, it's going to be a disaster. Now it is a paired board, but that would still be a proper disaster for Kelvin Lee. Kelvin does decide to check. Stephen Song with his ace high. Is he once more going to charge Kelvin to see another card?
180.
You know, sometimes he says 180, so half pots. Sometimes on these turns, I'm like, oh, you know, it's worth considering checking. But when it's Stephen Song, I just already know he's gonna fire nearly every single time. Obviously, his hand is still pretty strong despite not having any pair right now. Calvin is gonna take a second look. Probably thinking, are you joking me? How does this guy always get so aggressive? He can't have it every time.
Don't have a whole lot going though with the King 10. It's King High, which definitely is good from time to time, especially if you feel like your opponent is full of it. And he's got the King of Diamonds, and he probably hopes for a diamond, but a diamond would be really bad news. Makes the call here for 6 big blinds, 180,000. And that is a brick, if I've ever seen a brick roll off on the river. The deuce of spades is completely irrelevant. This could very well just go check on the river. Pot is very big, 720,000. Kelvin is going to check with his King High. Stephen Song might feel like he needs to bluff here, but he is going to check back and he will receive the news that Ace High is good.
Wow. he must be feeling silly at this point. It's just like,
It's like I can't
barely,
lose.
yeah, he barely ever loses a hand.
2.9 million chips now. That is insane. It's a big pot too. Okay, heading his way.
And Calvin is like, I should just fold everything against this guy.
This is where Calvin looks around the table. He's like, sorry guys, I tried. He's unbeatable. Stephen Song is the coolest.
It's sick too, because on the river when he checks, I wonder how often he expects to be good here. Like, of course he's good somehow.
You no longer the shortest stack. The remaining players looks down at King 7 offsuit. That ain't much. 9-5 ain't much. Queen 3. Calvin Lee on the button with 6-5. Takes a little look at the stack that our big blind player is working with, but he's gonna let it go because he has to worry about this man, Stephen Song. I think he announced a big raise, if not an all-in from the small blind. Queen deuce offsuit. And just let it go immediately. I feel like I'm all. Ooh, that would have been a sick call, by the way. He could have made it. Can't make it. I'm always annoyed when I've got big stacks on my side just jamming into me, stealing my big blind. But if it's Stephen Song and his smiley face, I think I could forgive him. Be like, I understand what you're doing. Like, I would have done the same thing.
And he's like, isn't poker fun?
So guys, like, I really feel like we've done this before. Early this week, it was such a good time. The final day with the 15K.
You know, it's like those reality TV shows when somebody's being eliminated and they all hope it's somebody else than themselves, and they're just like, we're family, you know, let's just hug each other. I'm like, come on, like this is, especially if they compete for money. And it's like the same thing here. It's like, guys, we're just family, you know. I just love you guys.
One of you guys has got to go soon, and we'll walk away with $0. But I want you to know, that I'll cherish the moments we've made with this table.
Memories.
Yeah.
I'll remember you forever.
Only.
Steven Song has opened things up, and Chen Yusha had enough of it. That man cannot have the goods each and every single hand. As he comes over the top, again fights back. This time with her pocket eights. And Steven lets it go. It was the loosest open that Steven has gone for in a little while. Great moment by Chen Yusha to fight back.
You stuffing my
It's the
soul?
money bubble, so
You stuffing my soul?
both played it
maybe
as
like
you're
a
meant
day
to
or
play it,
two,
I
and then-
think.
Yeah.
Since we got short stacks.
Who do you think is going to
Might as
bubble in
well
the
all
end?
the way out here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with this
Hmm. I got a bad feeling for
Never been.
Taylor Black.
You never been?
Yeah,
He is the shortest
cool.
right now, so that's an easy answer. But
You know, once you miss your kings, it's kind of downhill from there.
also the fact that he was over 1 million chips yesterday.
Yeah.
It's like, even 1 million now would still feel pretty good. Wouldn't feel amazing, but it would still feel pretty good on the money bubble.
Who won the hand where he missed his kings?
Sure, yeah,
Mendoza
that's-
opened
I heard
behind
LA
him
What
with
do you
pocket
have?
fours.
Yeah.
Oh,
Some
okay.
people say.
So Kings,
So maybe you wouldn't have won much, but
Kings would have been in trouble.
How that-
It was a good fold. I think it was. I mean, I have to go back. But that's what I think I saw.
Back to back.
you lay. Wait, oh, you jump.
Yeah,
Okay.
from small blind.
Against the short stack,
Where did I lost?
goes for it, gets a fold from an actually better hand. And
Ooh.
we've got Taylor Black on 6.4 bigs.
Yeah, he's in serious trouble. He's been very, very patient, letting go of the tens.
I'm hearing Jorgen's voice. Oh, he's hurt.
He is hurt at this point, but he's gonna have to make a play soon. Nobody still has a shot. Kelvin Lee still doesn't know about his ace king against aces. It's gonna be a fun one for him to look back at. Great player, Kelvin. Be very, very fun to watch.
It's a pretty cool name too.
Yeah.
Calvin Lee.
And he looks good. He plays good. He's got it all. Steven Song just announces the all-in here with King Queen offsuit from the hijack. Can't really call this King 8 from the cutoff. Do we have a real hand? No, King 9 suited is a bit of a hand. Ace 10, that has to be it. Taylor, this has to be it. You know that he is jamming.
Wait, Stephen though.
Yeah.
You have to fold.
No.
You can't win.
Mate, he's on 6 big blinds.
Hey, you can't win against Stephen.
No, if Taylor folds this, then I am done. You can't be folding this, mate. He's been opening every hand. He's the overwhelming chip leader. Ace 10 is absolutely crushing
Of
against
course, I
this
was
one.
joking, but yeah. At this point, you'd almost want to consider getting out of the way, but he's just too short.
I mean, you're right. He could lose. Like, it's a fair fight. And yes, Steven could very well
No,
find
but
a king in the window.
The
but
joke was that Stephen's just not
I
losing.
get it. I get it. I get it. At first, I thought you were seriously like, no, you should fold. I was like, no. We cannot fold Ace 10 here.
It's funny, like, how much do you believe in somebody's run? Because sometimes there's this thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, you play poker and, like, this person is winning every single hand, every time they have the good, and then you get in a big hand with them, they re-raise you. It's like, that person's on a run. Like, do you factor that the run in, the fact that they keep getting that? Or do you think they still, like, can have some bluffs and then you have to call certain hands? You ever had that?
Absolutely. I mean, it makes us human.
Understand?
But especially because there's no one else at 6 big blinds.
Oh.
I understand that you want to be the aggressor rather than calling off with Ace 10.
Yeah.
But the closest one to him is Yulei or Yusha with 11, 12 bigs. Does make the correct call here with Ace 10. And that means that it's probably the end of Taylor Black because he does go up against Steven Song. Should have known. Easy fold.
67%.
Yeah.
Nice try, buddy.
And the flop is king, king, queen. He's going. No, it doesn't have to be. Taylor makes a correct call. He is in the lead. This could be the money bubble. Ooh, there is an ace as well. That king was scary, but ace 10 is still good. And Steven Song is drawing very, very thin. Needs one of the remaining
It's more fun
three
this way,
ladies.
you know, if he gets the king or the queen on the river.
255, right?
All right.
That's not it. Taylor gets the double, and that brings all the shorties very close to each other. And this money bubble has still not
continues.
bursted. Stevenson can lose a hand,
Chain continues from
and apparently he's still very weak.
You know what's crazy is that he was ahead, and somehow it felt like a sick struggle even to get it to win this hand here.
And of course, we saw
what,
the
you take
king
a
before
call?
we saw the aces. So.
I think I have to.
And suddenly, Taylor Black 15 bigs. We got a 14 and 12 big blind stacks here.
You guys have a real exciting fight on your hand for the money bubble. I'm gonna go ahead and swap out with Selena for a little while, so enjoy. These hands have been awesome. We've seen craziness, and I can't wait for you to tell her all about it.
I can't believe I beat you in an all-in.
It's all pop for me.
Yeah, exactly.
Taylor Black just said, "I can't believe I beat you in an all-in."
Too
And
small.
Stevenson just cracks up.
Like if James wants to mind call.
How are you doing,
he
Selena?
called it.
Stevenson has had a very
He
invincible
could have
week
called ace king.
so far.
It's true. Probably.
What did you think of the ace 10 here? Should it be a clear call, or it was justified to think for this one? Because he had, I think, 6.8 bigs. And then next shortest, it was maybe 14.
Yeah, I didn't see the hand, but sure. I mean, yeah, Taylor Black at some point has to make a stand, right? He's kind of
Yeah.
just pretty much been folding, you know, post flop, flops, and everything a lot, and we saw his stack dwindle down because of that. You know, and when you get to a certain amount of big blinds, yeah, you just have to kind of go with it.
James Mendoza limps 9-7 suited in the small blind, and actually he's could be facing,
Which Korean fits
if
better,
he was
LA
to
or
call, a
Korea?
raise.
They're
A
different.
hand that dominates him, but he
Like,
gets out of the
LA wants
way.
to use like kind of like American ingredients.
When somebody
like
limps
LA
to
too.
you here, what's the standard raise size that you will go for? Is it like 3.5, 4? It depends on stack
It's
depth.
like
Well,
Korean
those are a
fits
little
Yeah, I
bit
think
different, yeah.
raising up to,
I mean, like the
say,
general
example,
concept when it comes to,
3.5 is fine.
the veg they
I
use
do
and
find
like
more
in
just a bit bigger on that
in
side.
Korea they use
I mean, I don't
Okay, yeah.
really think I've seen
It's
a
like
lot
less
of players
marinated
leading
stuff
on
too,
this
right?
final table.
yeah, you can marinate too, but yeah.
Has somebody looked?
I kind of like.
Well, Dominic did a whole lot of that before he
No,
busted,
right, but
but
I'm saying any of these players have looked?
yeah, not much. But usually in the small blind, that's where
Oh, right,
you're gonna
right,
have like
yeah.
more of an limping
Yes,
range.
yes. So if the player does link in the small blind, I've seen people do 3.5 or 4 big blinds for sure.
Yeah. You lay 555k. We're on the 40k big blind now. He's gonna open up the ace 10 of suits.
He said all the food was bad.
It's very tricky to play on this stack depth. Osman. That's like the hardest for me because you're very shallow.
He's like, there's a hot.
He definitely seems to consider ace 10 to be too strong, not to open. Stephen King, a suited king in the big blinds. Pretty happy to defend here. Very good fill for Ulay. Top pair with a 10 kicker.
That's a meal you can't eat.
You're like probably gonna go.
Yeah, it's just like going to the
He's
same
gonna
way.
get fancy with his hand.
Yeah, there's a lot of meals you can eat.
Did you see what happened with Taylor Black, by the way? Apparently he,
Yeah, I wanted to go for
when we came back from the break, he wasn't sat yet, and it showed kings on the overlay, and then the dealer folded him. Yeah, because at first we saw kings, and I was like, oh, the card has to be wrong, and then Kevin was like, no, it just wasn't there.
Oh, that is brutal. Can you imagine? I hope there wasn't too much action in that hand.
I think it was just forced that James Mendoza raised and no action.
Okay.
Or maybe he jammed, I don't remember. But still, it's pretty sick.
Alright, so Stevenson has decided to go with the call on this flop. Possibly looking for some cards on that turn. No help there. And now checks once more over to Ulay.
if you do enough of these trips, you've had so
It's against, when it's against big blind here, the range is really wide, right? So what's the concern in terms of hands that might be ahead? Like, would they always like check raise on the turn? Most of them. How are you thinking about the ace 10 here? Hijack against big blind.
You mean Steven, if he's got like 2 pairs and stuff, would he check raise the flop?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So if he's got like happy to have a set, or you know, he would check raise the flop. He would do it with 2 pairs. I can see that. You know, there could be possible hands like, you know, just hitting bottom pair. But then with the ace on board, I don't see that happening very often.
So what check
raises.
raises the turn then? Like turn 2 pairs?
Check raises on the turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I guess it's possible for check raises on the turn. With that, usually I still see a lot of check calls. I don't see players going for check raises that much. You know, I feel like check raise is extremely strong, and I think you're still hoping, you know, that you would
Every
maybe
time.
check the river and your opponent would bet for you once again. By check raising that turn, it's just so strong that most of the time your opponent is going to fold whatever he's betting with.
Wow, this is very sick here. We've got an all-in with 7 deuce suited on the money bubble.
Well, what great play by Steven Son. He knows exactly, you know, the consideration of his opponent here. It is a 60k money bubble. And Queen 9 is not a hand that you really want to go with in this spot. No, he could be shoving a lot of King X's, he could be shoving a lot of Ace X's, he could be shoving with any pair. You know, it is a very pretty hand, but he could also have Queen Jack, possibly in his range, Queen 10. You know, all these hands will come into play probably exactly the same way. Oh, she is gonna stick it in. Oh my!
Oh my
Wow!
god.
What? No, she does have heart. I can tell you that. Is she the smallest stack on the table?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think
I need a
Taylor Black
queen,
still
please.
is.
Taylor Black is the smallest stack.
Yeah.
Ew, are they close?
I'm not sure how close exactly, but I thought he has like a super short stack. She just has a little more
wow.
though.
Oh, that deuce. Oh, that deuce is not good for her at all on that flop. She is looking for a queen and a 9. And we can see that I think one queen, one 9 has been folded. Okay, well, no, that's a little bit better. That
Queen.
turn has helped her a bit. So any 5. Oh, wow. Do we lose? Do we lose Tanisha? We do. Now, that is crazy. You know, that is the problem with calling a hand like Queen 9 there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is tough. But I mean, look, if she was a shorter stack, I don't blame her for that call.
Yeah.
But if you're saying that Taylor Black has a really, really small stack, then I don't really like it. But let's just
Yeah,
have a
let's
look at his
see.
stack.
Let's see in a second. She had 10.5 bigs. I think he
She had
was
10
at.
half. Yeah.
I think he was at like 6 at some point. I don't know if he. I don't remember if he won a hand since then.
Yeah, I mean, that 7 deuce is wide, but, you know, he's literally betting on the fact that his opponent just cannot make a call.
He also lost a huge flip to you.
I'm actually really interested to see what kind of stack Taylor Black is playing with.
Yeah, but you're rich.
Oh no, yeah, he just won. He just doubled. So I think maybe she was shortest
She
there.
was the shortest.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, he has
Yeah,
600.
okay, so he has 600k. So her being the shortest, I don't blame her for making that call
Yeah,
at
yeah.
all.
I guess if he still was very short, then she's way more inclined to fold.
Yeah, and I can see her, you know, because she does have experiences in high buying tournaments, and I could see her, you know, making a fold there.
But she plays like a. She's a pro player that plays in circuits a lot.
So she's the team pro
Okay.
for them. She recently, I believe, she came fourth in a Triton event for 400,000 cash.
Was that here too?
No, not here. This was
Montenegro.
Could be Montenegro, yeah. Or Monte Carlo, one of those stops. I remember seeing it. She did also, I think, play the TLPT event recently in the Gold Coast.
The main.
Yeah.
And she came 30 in an event for 110,000 as well.
The main. No, the
So we can expect to see her in the 25k starting tonight.
Maybe.
You played the pre-roll?
It already started apparently earlier than I thought
It is.
it would.
No, it starts at 3 p.m. today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is she going to Vegas also?
Oh, I don't know if she's going to Vegas. She just recently got married, so,
Can't bust lately.
you know,
Perfect. Honeymoon. Let's go.
honeymoon at Vegas. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, so she finished for 80k USD, third in a 15k Australian dollar buying.
Okay.
And then prior to that, she came in a Triton main event of 120.
Oh, and we got an all-in.
Oh, we do. Yeah.
The
Let me
short
put a
is.
ping on that. We have annoying from Taylor. From the big blind. Oh, so Yulei just shoved small blind, didn't he?
Yeah.
That's most likely what happened. Yeah, so with him covering Taylor Black, he decided to go with 5-4 suited in the small blind and quick, easy call made by Taylor Black with pocket nines. No, that's not a good flop for Taylor Black to see here. Yulei does manage to actually flop a lot of outs, and right now any heart will do.
He's got a gut shot and a flush draw.
And that's not it. And Yulei is going to be the shortest now on this final table, probably leaving himself with 130k behind.
Yeah, which is three big blinds and a third. We'll see if perhaps another crazy comeback can happen there.
Oh, she's had 3 really good results back to back. She came 9th in the 125k buy-in try to main event for 478,000. And just before that, same month, she came 2nd in a high roller APT tournament for 132,000.
So she can play some cards.
Yeah, and we have seen her perform quite well on this final table.
Yeah.
I think it was just really unfortunate she got into that huge coin flip with Calvin Lee. And that could have gone either way.
Is that considered a coin flip?
Queens and Ace King, of course.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the last hand.
Oh, no. I'm talking about how she got down to her stack.
Taylor Black in a small blind goes all in with King 10 suited. We got 16.5 big blinds. King 3 offsuit cannot call. James Mendoza. And Yulei currently not loving life here. It's a very short stack. At least made the money. Very patient. Is that allowed?
Actually, this is the first I've seen of it.
Yeah, no, I
That's
saw
actually
it earlier.
surprising.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was like the wide angle of the final table last time.
Okay. And, the stress of playing a poker tournament,
The stress of winning every hand. I need a hit.
Yeah, he's had such an amazing week here. And at this rate, I'm going to be interviewing him again. Under the gun, Steven Song finds another hand, pocket nines this time.
Oof,
Queen 10. Cut off, Yulei.
it's so short. I mean, we're five-handed. Cut off against hijack.
He's going with it. And he's got 2 live cards and, flip situation with the pocket nines. So not a bad spot to be in. Calvin Lee here with the 6-5 suited. 90k to call and see a flop.
It's weird, right? Because it's for more money than anyone would raise at this stage.
Yeah,
3.3 big blinds.
it is. And, by Yulei shoving in, he does protect, say a call from Calvin Lee there. So he's getting a heads up with Stevenson and not looking too bad. Okay, well, Stevenson hitting his 9. Pretty much, just looking
Drawing
for...
that on the turn with the full house.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, I think it's a jack for
he still
nothing.
gets a jack, but no, that turn sealed the deal for Stevenson to win that hand. And we see Yulei bow out in the 5th place finish for 60k.
Yeah, pretty nice to make the money at least, Especially, I think there were points where chip-wise it looked a little dangerous. And now Stevenson, he's got mountains in front of him.
Yeah, I mean, if Stevenson wins this event, that's $1 million in 2 events for him.
And I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing him in the 25k as well. I assume he doesn't play short deck.
Not that I know of.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. He's a man of many talents.
Really? Like, he strikes me as hold them only. It's kind of weird, right? Of how few players dabble in multiple variants. But then you have guys like Jungleman that can literally play anything.
Yeah,
Can probably play like an absurd amount of games.
and they could play it well.
Do you have a dabble in the mixed games?
Yeah, we used to play home games with like, everything.
What's your favorite?
I was trying to think. Maybe stud. Stud is pretty fun. 7 deuce triple draw.
I don't really know any of them.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah, just being a hold'em player.
I can barely play Hold'em, so why would I try anything else, you know?
Yeah, no, it's a complex
this one
game
less top
for
heavy
sure.
than
I mean, there's a lot of
main.
funny
Main was
variations
so
of different
top-heavy,
games on
yeah.
top of that as well. I think in some of the
Well,
cash
no,
games
it's
these days,
just
they've got that
fans is like
squid game happening as well. That,
Yeah.
really punishes a player for not winning a part.
Did you ever play all these things like stand-up games, 7 deuce?
No, no, I've not. I think poker was very much my passion, hobby early in my career, but then as time goes by,
guess
yeah,
the
I
main
don't
you kinda have
know.
to
It's
go
just
for
kind of more getting into sports these days.
Because because only 5 paid, right? But
Kind of meant to be the other way around,
Like
I'd
Bingo
imagine, but no. Never really played much sport when I was younger.
like third to second is also second to first,
It's
right?
never too late to start.
No, never too late. King 8 here on the dealer button. Calvin raises to 80k. I actually got a heart attack. The graphic
Yeah.
said he was all in. I'm like,
Yeah.
that is way too much to shove.
There's been a couple ones like this.
Okay,
where-
okay. So we're seeing that Steven Song with ace 10 making the call from the small blind, and Taylor Black here in the big with the ace 5.
It's gonna come along. Suited ace, getting a great price. Why not? Didn't even consider 3-betting, interestingly. And actually, well, this kind of misses everybody except Calvin Lee, he's got second pair. Stevenson still applying pressure, bet small.
Now Calvin here with middle pair, king kicker, and also possible, flush outs.
When Steven bets flop here, I'm already thinking this is like he's gonna triple up very often here, depending on the runouts. Or do you think it's just like a stab attempt on the flop and then you always reevaluate?
Yeah, I think that, there's a chance that Steve is thinking about going for more tall barrels, but this turn, he's got to make that call a lot easier for Calvin Lee, turning that 2 pair.
Yeah, there was no 3-bet in the small blinds.
No, there was no
So,
3-bet.
so when there is when there is queen and then king, does this feel like it's more towards the he bets 300s, 3/4 of the pots?
Yeah, I mean, technically, like pre-flop, small blind will have a stronger range of defending there versus a button raise. So Stephen is telling that story, but, Calvin Lee does have a hand here. And it's kind of the first time I've seen, some kind of bad timing from Stephen. Just because we know that it's probably not going to get through.
Are you thinking, if you're Calvin here, about raising? Are you thinking there is some bad rivers that I don't want to see, so I might as well just go all in, I guess, would be the main play? Or do you think
No.
you want to let him keep bluffing?
I don't think I like going for a raise.
He's going to make the call here. 1 million in the middle. Calvin Lee has 915k behind. And the river comes a 3 of diamonds, changing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going for a raise on the turn, you're shutting out a lot of drawing hands, which, yes, they're drawing, but at the same time, the percentages are going to be low. And you're only going to get hands that beat you to call you. And I don't like that one bit. So, especially not with players that are, much short on this final table.
And if Stevenson goes all in here, I think we might have a new cheap leader. Because I don't think Calvin Lee would ever fold 2 pairs. He gives up.
And he does know when to put the brakes on, and he checks. And Calvin's pretty happy, maybe checking behind here.
2 pairs.
Yeah, 2 pairs is very strong, but like, you know, I don't know if he thinks Steven's on.
100,000.
Yeah, I mean, he could go. Yeah, he's reaching for chips. He could go for a small bet here.
That's the thing. More and more, we're seeing
It
the
is.
10%. Like
Yeah,
initially,
yeah.
only the hipsters were doing it,
Right,
and now
right.
you're seeing that more,
Yeah,
more and more.
and you know what? He probably can get, say, a queen X type of hand to, pay off there. Possibly, say, like an ace queen or queen jack. Those hand might consider calling him if he does size it small. You know, there could be a chance there's a king jack, king 10 out there as well. You know, that could call him as well. So, you know, the fact that Steven Sol has ace 10. And he does go for a bet. Looks like it's a relatively small one, right?
I couldn't quite see.
Yeah, I think he's just vocally said 270k, a very small bet into 1 million, just a quarter pot.
So yeah, 27%. I can't see Stephen calling. Who knows? He doesn't hold any spades. He's just beating a pure bluff, that's it.
But you just have to, pretend like you're thinking, because you can't be like, I insta-muck because I didn't have anything the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, it's going to make him, I don't see him really, getting too creative right now on this river.
Although we've seen Patrick Demouche fold very quickly when he was beat on the river, sometimes even with a very good hand.
Oh, yeah, Patrick seemed to make decisions really fast.
Yeah.
I don't really see him really thinking through much of his decisions.
But I guess he also didn't seem to worry about people thinking he might have nothing. Are we thinking about doing something here? Because this is...
A lot longer, right?
Yeah,
than you would think.
a longer tank than... So I think he was really seriously considering calling, perhaps, with the ace high. I mean, it's small blind against button, right? So there is a lot that missed and that kind of has to call. Although it was a big bet on the turn, right? It was 3/4.
They've been. Can you call the floor? Other floor, please?
Yeah,
But it did feel like the river was a complete blank.
It was, yeah.
I've watched the
Because, I
whole
mean, when you
series, no
go
one has
for a
ever
big
gotten
bet on the
penalty
turn,
first
you can
shot.
really,
First
really
time.
get your opponent
It's
to
the first
fold a
mistake that
much
I've made.
wider range of hands.
They've been doing it like.
Do many
four
people
tables
bluff, like,
down and
small
so-
bet like this on the river?
Yeah, I mean it was obviously like not on purpose.
Not really.
Yeah.
Yeah, not the way it's played out. I don't think you can get the player off a hand with a small bet like that on the river. You know, if the bet was small on the turn, I could see that, being possible. But with that kind of significant bet Stephen put on the turn, then no, I don't really see that
And
being
but
the
what I'm
case.
saying is it was.
They're having a exchange back and
It was,
forth,
oh no,
a
it
couple
was
of
open button,
smiles.
small blind called.
You
on
know,
big blind,
probably
I
Stephen's
called.
like, what did you
I checked out
have?
of position before he
I don't think
acted,
Calvin's going
so
to give
I
him
made a
any
mistake.
info.
But what I'm saying is that I've been watching.
There's something happening on the
I've been watching
table.
this whole series. Everyone has been giving a warning. This is the first time I've watched somebody get he wants to give me a penalty on the first mistake. I made one.
I think he played out of turn,
I think I need to.
Oh.
I think I should.
and he's
get a
saying that... He's saying he should get a warning for himself. Because he said, I think Taylor Black, if I can hear this right, he said everybody he's seen do this has gotten a warning. So he's saying that now he didn't get a warning.
So he's asking to be penalised
Yeah.
for whatever he's done.
If
even
I-
though
if I'm hearing
nobody
this
on the
right,
table has asked this to happen.
It's very quiet. But
Very honourable guy. Or unless he's talking about somebody else, right?
I thought he was talking about Stephen initially, but then I think he's talking about himself.
Mistakes happen, and I think that. Okay.
Quite
That's
interesting.
a crazy ruling. I mean, I'm paying attention. It was a mistake. Things happen. All right. One hand.
All right, no. Oh, he's getting a one-hand penalty.
They've been strict here. They actually did it to a couple
So
guys.
Steven or Taylor?
I think Taylor.
So he asked
I think
for
it's mostly
himself
to
to be
avoid people
penalized.
I think so, yeah. Again, it's very quiet. I can't hear very well, but I think so.
I did that.
Yeah,
Let's
that-
see.
yeah, that's what
The floor said kill the hand immediately, so
Well, Steven still has his hand, so
yeah.
it can't be
So
Steven.
yeah, so I think Taylor
Right?
Black is getting the
First time
penalty,
I've
the
seen
one-hand
that
penalty.
anywhere in the world.
Well, I mean, that's gonna open up Steven's button range a little bit more.
Oh, is it?
Not that
Okay.
it
Yeah, I've never
isn't
played
already
it.
wide enough.
Well, that makes me feel a little better because I was like, that's.
He's just
I've
going
also watched
for
the full
annoying.
other tournaments and I've not seen a single person get a penalty yet.
If you fold out a turn, it's a one-hand penalty. You've seen that, right?
No,
Fold out a turn.
no, they've been.
No, you
giving
don't
them
see that very
warnings the whole
often. I
time.
think you're right. I think
I mean,
Taylor
they
Black
were
did
pre-flop
ask
folds,
for himself to be
But
penalized.
they were like multiple people full out of turn. I saw someone leave the table
And
before it was their
definitely don't see
action.
that very
Just
often
like,
at
like,
all.
Told me when it's my turn. Even
You,
that
you
guy-
actually have to
I
be
mean,
like,
even
you
that
know
guy
what?
got
This
a-
guy's trustworthy.
Well,
right?
they've
Just
been
like-
doing warnings early, and then once it's 4 tables onward,
Yeah,
then they do the.
As Stevenson says that warnings were
But they've been
given
doing final 4
warnings were
tables
given early, but
onward,
once it's 4 tables, maybe less.
You get a.
Okay.
And Taylor Black was saying that he saw someone stand up and just leave when it wasn't even their turn to play yet, like things like this.
I got a
Or
warning
at
and
least
stuff.
once.
I don't know. I think
'Cause I thought it
I don't know
was
if
worse
he
too.
didn't mention that. So
But I don't know. They take it seriously.
I think maybe like
mean,
the
it-
point he was making is that
good
people should
to
get more
have the
warnings
game
if
run
they
the way
do
it's supposed to.
mistakes, but not sure exactly.
As long as it's
Another
actually
playable hand
enforced
on the
that
gun
way.
here for Stevenson.
understand.
Pocket threes.
I just don't want it to be
Gonna
like.
raise it up to
certain-
80k.
certain-
Alright, one off
Yeah,
for the
certain
white
people
man.
don't get that.
A
It's like
small
you look like
blind.
you should know what you're doing.
King
so it's
Jack.
no.
No, they've been doing some
So
like,
being
racks where it's,
four-handed,
like kind of harsh, man.
You know, and the stack that he's sitting with,
guys aren't
it's
even
not bad to go over the top of Steven's raise. Definitely something to consider.
Run a tight ship.
Just looking around, I believe James Mendoza might be the shortest at the table.
Got a monster here, Ace King for Calvin. I feel like he's had Ace King so many times.
Yeah, and he's like kind of done pretty well with them on this final table. And yes, James Mendoza has gone for a shove over Stevenson's open, and Calvin Lee is definitely going to be asking for a count here.
That was a crazy hand actually, from Calvin Lee earlier. He had Ace King and aces, and what was his name? The player that finished fifth again.
Yulei?
Yeah, Yulei had aces. He was very short, so he just called the raise pre-flop to trap in position, and then it was a king high board. So we were like, all right, well, he just loses everything. And then I think on the turn he went check check, and the river put 4 to a straight on the board.
Yep.
And Calvin Lee went all in, and Yulei folded aces. Wow. Yeah, no, that's
That's pretty sick.
he's the ace king whisperer.
Yeah,
starts winning
yeah.
against aces.
Now it's Ace King versus King Jack, and James Mendoza would need some help. And let's see if he gets some.
Why would that be tough?
I would probably fold, but I'd at least think about it.
See a queen high flop. It's not gonna be it for James Mendoza.
Yeah, I was like, what are you talking about?
Needs help, no diamond either. And James Mendoza is gonna finish fourth.
No, too bad. Second place finish in the 15K main, and now a fourth place finish in this 20K high roll event.
And he's gonna get $75,000 here for his efforts.
I have no
So he won 450 and now 75. Pretty good. Pretty good week so far. Also expect to see him in the 25K, which already started.
Imagine.
The 3 come?
Yeah, no.
And
well,
suddenly
there's no,
we are down to 3.
There's no ace king or jack.
Next players to be eliminated will win $101,000. Then it'll be 162 and then 242.
King jack somehow falls off.
Yeah, it's crazy because Kevin and I watched 8-handed for a really long time, and now it just like bust out left, right, and center.
2-6.
It's kind of meant to be like that, I guess, in a tournament with good players a lot of the time, because they're gonna play like very well and take ICM in consideration. I'll try like to not be the bubble player. Yeah, Kevin predicted that once the bubble burst, he was gonna be very quick.
Yeah, players are not gonna be shy jamming their stack to pick up some chips.
So the final three, 70 big
Bad
blinds
feeling.
for Stephen Song, 63 for Calvin Lee, and 27 for Taylor Black. So they've got actually chips to play with here.
$101K and then 10. I can't read that.
162.
Yeah.
Taylor Black perhaps not the best eyes, just like me, spent too many hours on the computer. He says 101K, and then what was the next one? I can't see. I also have this. I can't see like medium distance.
Oh, really?
Yeah, at all. Just too many hours in front of the computer. I can only see like well up close.
So you're actually short-sighted, but you never wore contacts or glasses?
Yeah, never.
Do you know how bad it is?
No.
Oh, okay. So you never checked. You never
No.
even bothered to find out.
YOLO.
Okay. Are you okay driving and stuff?
I don't drive.
Okay.
But actually, I'm gonna pass my license soon, so it's gonna be interesting. I might need to get glasses. Who knows? I don't think it's that bad, but like past a certain distance, I just
Yeah.
can't read things at all anymore.
Yeah.
I see a Perrier here on the table. You like Perrier?
Are you guys gonna play the 20?
I do like sparkling water.
It's nice to mix it up sometimes if
It
you're always
is.
drinking water.
Yeah.
They
I
took
like
the
the lemon
guarantee
version
out.
of it too.
Yeah. I might
It's,
just relax
It's
and then just
really funny for people who's used to drinking like soda, right? And then they drink sparkling water. They're like waiting for that sweetness to come through, and
Yeah.
it never does. And they think it's the weirdest tasting thing in the world,
Yeah.
you know. But then if you get used to drinking it, yeah, you just love it.
mean,
And no,
my
I mean no
boss, I'll
calories,
walk
nothing. It's
over.
great.
and see what's
A lot of older people drink it like thinking it
Probably.
helps digestion. I don't know if that's factual or not, but
I'm so tired.
The bubbles.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that if you have trouble burping, right, it actually helps with that.
Yeah.
So you drink some bubbles and it helps you burp, and yes, you know, in that indigestion.
So we got a limp. And Calvin Lee looks like he's applying pressure here. 'Cause I saw him reach for chips. He's going to come back over the top. Taylor, being short, cannot do much here with his hands and lets it go. Calvin Lee is playing a hell of a tournament. He's almost caught up to Stevenson. What's going on here?
Yeah, he's
I guess they probably
really.
do it, right?
I mean,
I'd
especially
imagine
being
you could
out of
decide what
position
you
to
want.
Stevenson.
Sure.
He's done amazing.
Want to play?
Passing of the torch, maybe?
I don't do that.
Yeah.
Both
Actually not that
have
hungry
Korean
when I play.
backgrounds. I could see, you know,
And once I'm
on
done,
this
I'm just,
island
like,
of Jeju,
starved
South
to
Korea, we
play.
could see two Koreans going at it. You know, obviously Stevenson is, I think, probably born in America, but both his parents, I believe, are Korean.
Yeah.
And Calvin Lee still flies the Korean flag. But I know that he speaks almost perfect English, so I wouldn't be surprised if he had spent, you know, his years studying in America.
Button open here from Taylor Black with a queen 10 suited, ace 6 defends the big blind. Stevenson flops absolutely nothing. And right now he's got 3 outs. Just the aces, gonna let it go. Taylor Black chips back up to 28 big blinds.
Calvin, we're dealing.
Yeah, given that the field's probably not as good and we're deeper, maybe max is just the play.
Now the
If you're
25k
gonna play
underway,
well.
it looks like
Worth
there's
just
currently
walking over,
6
seeing how the
players
seeing how
in
the
the
chip counts
field.
are.
True.
But late registration is going to be open for a really long time. I can see a lot of these players on this final table will jump into that event.
Yeah.
Everyone's still
But
in there.
Joltran has a really commanding lead right now in that field.
6%.
Yeah, what the hell? Something must have happened there.
Yeah, definitely.
Says he has 313 bigs.
Oh, plus
Then
30.
second chip stack is Ami Barrer with 90 big blinds. And at the bottom, Dominic Nietzsche, 28 big blinds. Somehow King 7 is good right now here on this board. In the big blinds. And Calvin will continue betting. Queen high. We see a call here with King 7. Hoping a 9 rolls on the turn. It's a 3 of clubs. And now Calvin Lee gets to think whether he wants to continue or not. He's going to double check his cards. Yep, still got nothing. Turn goes check, check, and we see a jack on the river here. So Taylor Black just has king high, which right now is beating the queen high of Calvin Lee. Is this one of those hands where you're like, all right, well, I don't have showdown value, I need to bet, or do you sometimes check and think like you might have some showdown value?
With the queen,
King 7.
king 7. Yeah, I don't know how much showdown value you think with king 7, but
Do you factor that scenario in that sometimes somebody has queen high and you
yeah,
win as well?
you can. I mean, I can see Calvin here possibly having like aces, some kind of ace high too in his range.
Yeah.
Better king as well out there. Possible as well.
Welcome back everyone to the Lord Poker Tournaments. We are three-handed and everybody's in the money here. We had 5 players make the money, but everybody's competing for that first prize of $242,000 with Stephenson currently in the chip lead. Calvin Lee a little bit behind. He's been closing the gap. And then Taylor Black currently the one the most at risk. We see big blind is up to 50K and he's got 1.7 million. So still, you know, chips to play post flop with.
He just calls here in the small blind, and Calvin with the 10-3 of clubs in the big. Looks like he's just checked it.
You fine with both of these plays?
Yeah, I think it doesn't really matter. You can choose to play it either way. I can see Calvin choosing to raise it up as well. You can see him checking. It just depends on how you want to approach this kind of hand.
And what a flop. Flush draw against second pair. Is a7 a limp because you want to limp raise it?
There's a chance that he was looking to limp raise it, but from Taylor Black's style of play, I actually do think he might just look to limp with the idea of just calling pre as well.
What is this turn? We now got a flush against 2 pairs.
Yeah, Calvin Lee's been running pretty good at this table, and we see this is a pretty sick hand for Taylor Black. And I don't think he really thinks he could be behind.
And he's holding a club as well, the 7. He's currently working with 4 outs, only aces and 7s, 250K in the pots. They are way deeper than that. So he might not all fly in. Wait.
No, he
he
didn't.
said all in. I was like, well, no, surely not. Bets 200K. She's 80%.
Quick call from Taylor Black. 2 pairs.
He's like, come on, ace or 7, ace or 7. Gets a 10 of hearts on the river. 650K in the middle. And we see Taylor Black, the shorter stacks of the two, 1.5 million. He just put his jacket on. How much is the question? What do you think? 500?
Yeah, I mean, it's really having to think about like what kind of hands you want to get called by. I don't know if Calvin thinks that Taylor is that strong with the 2 pair here. You know, Taylor has played it pretty passively, so I wouldn't read into him having such a strong hand. I think 400 might be. Oh, he got you for. Oh, he's overbetting there. Okay. Yeah, so he's kind of making it look. Oh, that is pretty disgusting. I actually like that a lot. He's bet 1 mil into 650k, making it really difficult for Taylor Black here.
Is he basically saying he has a flush or the queen of clubs?
Oh yeah, he chucks in the call. Yeah, so it's either bluff or he's got it, and unfortunately, that is a really good bet by Calvin Lee.
Well, and suddenly Taylor Black 9.1 big blinds. Calvin Lee, the cheap leader. Stephen Song's era perhaps has come to an end here.
I do see Steven Song probably having more experience with heads up play.
I mean, you didn't think
And
that
I know
long.
Calvin Lee is probably primarily a cash
Not
game
gonna
player, so
overthink it. I don't think I can pull that.
that'll be actually a really fun heads up
So you're
match to
trapping three?
watch.
No, but,
But
I had
Taylor Black
2 pair.
definitely looking not so good here unless he finds a double up somewhere. But at this point, yeah, we'll be expecting heads up play between the two Korean Americans actually, because Calvin Lee is actually American but resides in Korea.
Okay.
And Steven Son, I believe his background is Korean, that resides in America.
It's all about the world travel and experiences. And Taylor Black was asked about the hands. Somebody, I think probably Calvin said, must have been a pretty big hand. You didn't think that long. And Taylor Black said, I'm not going to overthink it. He just admitted he had 2 pairs.
Yeah, I mean, his hand is just really strong. Yeah, it's just annoying. And, I mean, there's a chance if he had raised pre, Calvin Lee wouldn't have come along with the 10-3 of clubs, right? And he would have, avoided that situation. But at the same time, like, you can't really, because you know the results, you can't be results-oriented like that in poker.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. It's so hard not to be result oriented, though, right?
It is hard, yeah. But as a poker player, you just have to train yourself not to be.
Limp in the small blind here, Stevenson. 8-7 offsuits. We got a check back in the big blinds from Taylor Black, who's playing a bit under 10 big blinds here.
Steven Son connects with that flop, bets 50k.
So second pair against the gut shots. 1 big blind bet. Deuce on the turn.
Oh, now he's got a double gutter. So any 73 is an out for Taylor Black here. I mean, I can see Steven possibly putting out, a sizable bet.
He's got second pair with not such a great kicker, but obviously he knows that on the flop, Taylor Black is going to stick around with a lot of hands, like any flush draw, straight draw, and best one with 50k. I guess he's never folding to an all-in, considering how much it would be, and it is an all-in. Ask for accounts, only 280k extra.
475.
So it would be 280 to win 1.1 billion. Doesn't seem thrilled currently.
No, it doesn't seem thrilled. He's trying to figure out if, the jam here could contain some draws still. And we see that it does indeed contain, just the straight draws. And yeah, he shrugs and just pretty much have to put it in after making that big bet.
It's
And
interesting because, like, in big blinds or in position, usually you will just call with a lot of draws. But here, maybe he just felt like he was so short and thought
Yeah.
he might have a little bit of fold equity.
Right, and he kind of, if he reads into Steven not having an ace, he's like thinking, well, there is a chance that he might, just be barreled with absolute nothing and actually fold. And that is not the out that Taylor Black is looking for. So we have Taylor Black finishing third here. And
More money for the trip.
It looks like heads up. He's about ready here between Calvin Lee and Stephen Song.
we're back. with some heads-up play between Calvin Lee and Stevenson. And yes, once again, we see Stevenson at a final table, and he might have close to. They both probably have the same stack, right? But
Yeah.
there's a chance that Stevenson might still be ahead. Or
I think he had slightly less.
slightly less.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So it's a very fair heads-up match.
We're about to see 2.9.
2.9. Yep.
So nearly 60 big
Like
blinds.
3, right? 2.9?
2.9.
Start, yeah.
And Calvin Lee asked him, and Stephen actually told him, he's like, I have 2.9. Same. No, wait. Oh, 3.4. Okay.
3.4. So Calvin actually came into this heads-up match as the chip leader.
Not by a lot. I gotta say, heads up. Like, I've never played because I play like cash game, ring games. I don't
Right,
play
right.
much tournament, and then I've maybe like gone to heads up like twice, and then I had no idea. I was like, you never have anything in heads up. But I was like, I run so bad. Then I realized later, like, you're not meant to, always make pairs. And
Exactly.
And
It's
draws.
more about like, the kind of strategy that Stevenson like to use, which is just like, using his chips and his position, just barrel his players, and get them to fold a better hand. And there's a lot of times where people don't hit anything, don't even make a pair, and you just have to kind of come out betting. Similar to what we see Calvin Lee do on this pot and taking down one pre-flop. I mean, on the turn, actually. But yeah, look at that trophy. A very nice trophy.
do you think working on heads up is very important to a career as a pro player? Because like you're meant to get there eventually, and then like it's not something like you can afford to be weak in.
It is because, as we saw in the 15K main event, there was a 300,000 USD difference between first and second place, right? So that is a huge heads-up match, It's not very often that you play cash for even that much, right? But it can come down to just one heads-up match. That's 300K difference. And if your heads-up play is good, then yeah, it's really going to have a good payday.
It's interesting because it doesn't happen very often that your heads up. When it does, it's obviously very important for
It
the big
is.
pay jump.
Yeah, for sure. And not to mention the glory of winning a poker tournament, right? And collecting that trophy and bringing it home. It's like almost nobody remembers who finished second.
Yeah.
Now Calvin Lee has bottom pair on this board.
Had jacks.
And he bets out, and quick fold from Steven.
Sure.
The trophy looks really cool here as well. Once more, very different to the previous one with the green.
Yeah, so
Rock,
the
the green-
two
green
main
gem.
events was the marble-like trophy, and then the side events all have this same. It's got the 2AA up the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like a spade. So, yeah, pretty cool.
Stevenson's like, great.
Yeah,
I don't win the same one twice.
I hope he's making a stop home to drop off his trophies before heading to World Series of Poker.
Yeah.
And they're pretty damn. Should be pretty damn heavy. His luggage.
I mean, this looks so sick. It'd be worth it to just get an extra luggage and pay for it anyway and then bring it along. Kind of hard to box probably to make sure it doesn't break. Like you
They
might-
give it to you a box with it.
Oh, like that. That's like stabilizes it and like protects it.
Yeah, so
I
it's a
think we're just
proper
leaving
like box with
whenever.
cushioning
We don't have,
that
like,
they
any
pack for you
specific-
That's the-
after the week.
These guys are so smart.
Yeah,
honestly.
awards, right? Because originally when they ship the trophies over, they have to have a way of protecting it so
Yeah.
it doesn't break as well.
That's really cool. It does look solid though. At least
Yeah,
like,
it's
these don't
really
look like
heavy.
you would break. It doesn't look like it would break easily. Like sometimes trophies, like they appear a certain way, then somebody picks it up, it
Right, it's all
instantly breaks.
hollow and everything.
Yeah.
No, these ones are pretty solid. Yeah. I actually have to put down my microphone in order to pick one up and hand it over.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's pretty.
You picked it up earlier to see how heavy it is?
Well, I
or-
have to hand it to them every time.
Oh, okay, so you kind of know already.
Yes,
like,
yes. But the other one's much heavier,
The green one.
the green one. Yeah.
How heavy do you think?
I would say it's probably 4 times the weight of one of these.
So like 8-10 kilos or something? That sounds like a lot actually.
Oh, no,
Probably less.
probably not 8, 10. At least, I think it's around 4 or 5, I'd say.
Okay.
Probably about 4
Yeah.
kilos. Yeah, it's
If it
really
catches
heavy.
you off guard, like you know,
Yeah. Because I was like, oh, can I just hold the mic and hand it to them? They're like, no, it's really
Yeah.
heavy. So, yeah.
In StarCraft, there was a couple tournaments where like the trophy was like massive, and then it's just like this tiny gamer guy, like winning the thing.
Oh,
We're like
okay.
legit worried. Like, can he lift it and not drop it?
Now Calvin here with the flush draw, 10-7 of hearts, has gone with a bet, and Stevenson with ace-5 came along, and the jack on the turn doesn't really help Calvin, but we can see that he has a lot of outs. Extra ones being picked up on this turn card.
I guess you're feeling pretty good here with the flush draw, but the jack not great because he doesn't give him odds to. Or it doesn't give him. It's not an out to the straight. He's gonna bet 275 into 800. And Stevenson, it's hard for him to continue here. He's probably thinking, is this what it feels like to play for people when they play against me? I just bet, and they can't continue.
Because usually Stevenson is on the end of actually being the one to have the hands and connect with flops, but right now it looks like Calvin Lee, has more on these flops.
That's a lot of time X, by the way.
Yeah, because he usually doesn't take too long to make decisions, so I can see that he's accumulated them over the days.
It looks like 15 or 20 of them.
I mean, Stevenson, he's got so much experience. He has been in these spots numerous times, and his decision's usually pretty quick.
750.
He goes 750, comes back over the top here.
Wow, that is sick. So he's like, there is a chance that Calvin Lee is still on draw. He does not have a queen, and he does not have, because in order to continue with this hand, right, and facing a raise on that turn, you probably have to have minimum top pair, but might have to be 2 pair or better, right? It's pretty sick, and if we look at Stevenson, he's got only ace-5 offsuit, nothing on that board, and he's just somehow kind of read into his player.
Is this a tough spot maybe for the big blind Calvin? Because he has
It
a
is.
flush draw. Is a drawing hand out of position.
Yes,
So even if he gets
that's
there,
precisely, somehow Stevenson kind of reading his opponent, not having a made hand, and being able to put a raise like that out there makes Calvin Lee's life very difficult.
and I'm guessing there's probably you're not all-inning very often here with 10-7, if ever. Is this only ever a call with most of the hands once you get re-raised? Do you think?
Well, because the problem is when Stevenson raises here on the turn, you have to put him on a big hand yourself, right? You have to be like, does he have 2 pairs or better, right? And it's really hard for you to shove here with just a draw, knowing that most likely your opponent's going to just snap it off. No, he's gone with a call with the number of outs that he's calculated. I don't know if he thinks a 10 or 7 is an out. We can see that it is, but
And this is a monster pot here.
it is a huge pot, heads up. And that is not an out for Calvin Lee. And with that, the hand has been played out. I don't know, he has to probably have to check over to Steven, and I can see Steven possibly, betting again. But even if Steven checks it, he's going to win that pot.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
If you're Calvin, are you ever thinking about leading out here?
No, I don't think so, because your opponent has shown so much strength on that turn. And that is what makes Steven so good, because he does find spots, to just do things that most players wouldn't think of doing, right? Like that turn, and can you see, Calvin Lee?
This is so
This
sick.
is just so sick. He must be like, oh my God. If you were to be, oh, Calvin, what range of hands does Stevenson have here? That is not a hand that he'll put, within his range.
And
that is really sick.
They both laugh at how ridiculous this just was.
Oh my goodness.
I thought for a second there was just going to be a fault, and then Calvin Lee would be off to a great start in the heads up. But Stevenson
Nice.
gets to say something about this.
He has left me somewhat speechless in some of the hands he's able to kind of play on the final tables, and just showing me just how good he is at poker.
After he won the 15K, the name of the article on Poker News was, "Is there a better tournament player than Stevenson right now?" So imagine after this one, he wins one more.
Yeah, no, it is so sick. Well, who else I rate really highly? I think Alex Foxen is a great tournament player.
Yeah.
And Brent Kenny. fantastic tournament player too. But you know, apart from these three that I've seen that I actually think exceptionally good, I can't name you another one.
God, heads up is crazy. They just have like hands that I usually like would not play.
Yeah, I see Calvin Lee, you know, hitting top pair here, and Steven Son
Oh
has
my
his
God.
number
Come on.
right now. He's flopped 2 pairs on this board, and you know, heads up, top pair is really, really strong.
I'm just looking at this. I'm like, all right, we got our chance. Like, how do you get away from this? 6 on the turn. Calvin Lee's got 2.5 million. And it is checked to him. And we have to imagine that if he bets now, he would get check raised by Stephenson. He's got 82% currently. He bets 75k, so 30%. Stephen right now is thinking how much. I'm guessing against this sizing you probably shouldn't be calling. Or do you think there's still calls here?
Who's
Stephen checked and Calvin bets 30% on
Yeah.
the turn. And he has with 2 pair here. Does it feel like you're maybe exposed? Are you thinking more about check raising, or there will still be some calls sometimes for Stephen?
no? I don't think players go for a lot of check races.
Okay.
No, that's not kind of how they would play. You know, I mean, unless he's gonna read into Calvin Lee continuing here with like maybe a draw.
And he goes 800.
Yeah, so he does go for a raise. I know that 6 does bring out a lot of possible outs for like, you know, other hands to continue.
And he's setting up the all-in for on the river by doing that. And Calvin Lee just saw ace-5 offsuit, re-raise with absolutely nothing. And right now he has to be thinking like, is this guy serious?
No, this is so disgusting.
Has he got
because-
ace-deuce right now?
Because we've seen these 2 hands back to back happen on this final table.
He's just going to make the call. And you know what's crazy is that when Stephenson went for the bluff, somehow they were good and he had like ace high or like king high.
Yeah.
And then immediately after, we see him have the goods, make the same play. People don't believe him
people don't
anymore.
believe him,
And then
yeah.
he just keeps on winning like this.
And, you know, Steven Son probably going to be betting this river. He could be shoving this river, and now it's up to Calvin Lee to actually decide Steven Son has it or not for his tournament life.
I think he just set up the jam on the river here by betting as much as he did. Like he went pretty big, 800k.
Oh my God, this is.
And
this
I
some
think this
sick
is
poker. Yeah.
very likely to be all but over. I doubt Calvin finds the fold. That would have to be pretty an epic fold. He says all of it.
That 2 pair.
Oh wow! Did not take Calvin much time to call just after that other hand with the ace-5. You know, it's just set up perfectly for him. That is amazing. Oh my goodness! It's just we were talking about going to this heads up, and they had 60 big blinds, right?
Yeah.
And it was literally 3 hands.
It was a weird
And it
ass
was
race.
over,
I
right?
thought it was
Like
a
Stevenson was
hand,
able
but,
to
like, I
just
was
like really bloat the pot, make it big. You know, really put the decision for his opponent very difficult. And you know, Calvin Lee played some really good poker, but it just wasn't good enough versus Stevenson.
The boogeyman of the series, back-to-back big win with almost $1 million now. So
Yeah.
in binds, that was 15k, then 20k, so 35k. And together, it's almost $1 million.
And the thing is, he doesn't have many rebuys because he already built up a stack
Yeah.
really quickly. So I actually didn't see anything about him re-entering the tournament. Yeah, so congrats to Stevenson with that, with another win. So back-to-back main event final tables, and you know, back-to-back wins now, and you know, 3 final tables in a row and 2 titles, and it's pretty sick. And looks like I'm gonna be interviewing him again.
Prepare some new questions.
I know, I was jokingly saying I was going to
Yeah.
be interviewing him again, but I actually didn't think I was actually going to be interviewing him again.
Ask ChatGPT, maybe you can give some ideas. So some good stuff. What a great win. What a great series for Stephen Song.
No, definitely. And